All right, good morning, guys. Welcome in. Mr. B, first one here. Welcome. So I should probably keep this off, actually, because, yeah, I didn't think about this. We are going to be starting on our merges. And if you look at everything I have here, let me just make sure these are all expanded. Yeah, we have everything. Um, we've gone through the first 10 parts, 10 pages, 10 sections, uh, however you like to call it. Um, and then we have this in the finishing line. We're going to try to get through that today. And this will probably be the last uh, video that I wind up uploading to YouTube for the series. I'm still in the progress. Episode 5, for whatever reason, decided it wanted to. Here, let me snooze these. Episode 5, if I go into my producer here, this one just, it was, I uploaded this 2 days ago to YouTube, and it was still pending for whatever reason. Yeah, these have all been updated, but I think because a bunch of them were like an hour something, and then this stupid part 3 has like 4 of them because that was the day that the of the snowstorm and everything got messed up. Or it was the day after. But even part 6, we had to split into 2 because OBS decided it wanted to be a little bitch. So we're broadcasting this one now. Obviously, this is 7. Um, so we're gonna just read about this a little bit. We're gonna watch the tutorial by Wartortle. Even though like this was, I forget when he did this. Let's see. 4 years ago. So, however, it's still valid. There's a couple key moments here that he put, right? I highly suggest you check his channel out. He is a former staff member on Lexy's dev team. So he did some of the videos. There's a bunch of mods in here that are like little simplistic things that just sort of tie the guide together. Um, but yeah, it was 4 years ago. But they're still relevant because they still help. Now, I still create a blank profile, as you guys can see. We don't have anything yet. I haven't gone ahead. I haven't done anything. I don't think we have any extra Dark Elf Lantern E&B Light. Hold on. Oh, okay. This was a different thing. Let's delete the uninstalled. No. Let's not do that. All right. So what I'm going to do is we're going to start by just checking out like what merges actually are. Those of you that have done this, you can probably skip this section, although I don't advise it. It's going to change because the instructions are changed here in the guide itself, and he'll even mention it too. Like if you know what you see in the video differs from the guide, you're gonna follow the guide. And there's a few things here um, that have changed. What's up, Adam? Welcome in. Welcome in. So with merge profiles here, you're going to be looking up at your plugin count meter in Mod Organizer, thinking to yourself, "Hey, self, that's a lot of plugins. Can Skyrim even run that many?" Uh, well, right now it can't. So the answer to that question would be no. We're at, if you look at the ESM plus ESP count, which is the third one down, we see 282. right? 1388 ESLs. We need to get that number down to at least 253. 252, it didn't do a lot in occlusion because there's three of them there, but we'll be able to do that. So first, I'm going to play the video, and then we're going to go back and we're going to watch this. So I need you guys, well, here, I'll skip it because, you know, okay, we'll pause it here. So, Mr. B, just let me know real quick if you can hear this or if I need to turn the audio up. Can you hear that? You can't hear that at all, huh? Well, what the fuck? So you can't hear anything from YouTube, huh? I wonder why that is. You're able to hear my music. My music is fine. Well, that defeats the whole purpose. It was working for me earlier. I was able to hear it on my phone. Let me see here. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Okay, I can hear that. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm listening on my phone and I can hear it. So I guess, well, if you can't hear it, I'm just gonna. I'll just do it over here. I don't know. Do you have something going on your end where you can't hear it? Yeah, it might just be you. It's like it's quiet, but I can always turn this up. So okay. Yeah, I no, maybe I can't hear it. All right. So I even tried maxing my volume out too, but I can't hear it. All right. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly, because I don't have time to. I don't know if I'd have to give this like its own scene in OBS. It should be display capture here, right? Right. So if I quickly go to display capture, let me try this. Huh. All right. Yeah, it doesn't really seem like. Oh, you guys don't need to hear me twice. All right. Well, I'm just going to skip over that. I'm going to just quickly get my bearings here because I reference this stuff all the time. Um, so what you're going to basically do is if you start at step one, you're going to make a blank merge profile in MO2. So what's up, Mage Merlin? Welcome in. Yeah, if you can't hear this, don't worry. I guess it's not giving it its own source. Okay. So basically, what you're going to wind up doing is you're going to copy your main file. So let's go back to MO2 here. Let me close. I don't know why Discord's like that. So we're on Lexy, and we're going to configure profiles because that's step one, configure profiles. We're going to choose copy, right? Blank profile for merges, right? It's going to look something like this. And then we're going to have a bunch of other ones. So what you're going to do is you're going to select it. This will switch over, right? Now you're on your blank profile. You are going to read this instructions here. You're going to right click, select all, and you're going to disable all the mods. So as long as you're not on your main profile, right click, all mods, and disable all. It's going to ask you if you really want to disable these mods. You're going to choose yes. Then it's going to go do its thing. Okay? So it says, we suggest, though it's not a requirement, that you create a new merge profile for each of the merges. This is kind of crucial, I think. It really shouldn't be a suggestion. This is like, you're going to be putting one merge directly under each one, right? Once you get here, and then you're going to be switching back to your main profile as well. Okay? So what we're going to wind up doing is we're going to use the program called prepare merge and merge plugins hide. These are things that we installed earlier. Here's prepare merge, and here is merge plugins hide. Now, how's it going, Merlin? Welcome in. Never done merges this way. Yeah, we used to do them manually. This is completely different. We're gonna be using zedit for our merge, or well, I should say zmerge from zedit. That's a tool and a program that we installed right at the beginning. Right. There are profiles for this. There's your special edition profile, right? So we're gonna be wind up using that. I'm just gonna, I can't really mute this, you guys can't hear that, but I'm just gonna watch a little bit more of this because the very beginning of this usually throws me off, but once you do the first one, you're usually good to go. So give me a second, I'm gonna watch this real quick. All right, so he's disabling all his mods. Now he was doing it on a smaller profile, right? So we're gonna start with our first. Yeah, see, I hate the ads with YouTube. It's just ridiculous anymore. So now I have to wait. They're just absolutely fucking ridiculous. This one will go quickly. I can skip this. All right. So basically, we're going to make our first merge. All right. So let's go back to the website here. If you look further down and where it says rebuilding the merges, and these are the merges. It starts with animals merged, right? There's 3 different tabs or headers here at the top. Each one is important, especially this file name. The first one we're going to do is going to be the animals merged itself, but it says merge animals merged, and we want that. So what I like to do is I like to highlight this in the brackets here, right? When you go to MO2, you're going to go to configure profile, the blank for merges, we're going to select copy, right, and paste. So it says merge animal. You could type it in if you want to, right? But it's going to show up like this. So when you select it, it's going to be, you know, you can here. MO2 is going to not respond. It does this once you get to the merge section. This is probably the most frustrating part. So I like to close it out and open it back up. I might do this after each one. Let me just make sure that this is expanded. You'll notice that the animals merged is also in its default state very similar to our blank profile for merges. However, we need a base to use it, which is going to be our main profile, which is for me, I named it Legacy of the Dragonborn Magus 80 main profile. Yours is probably going to be named something different. You may just say Legacy of the Dragonborn SE. It could be, the name of your character, but something that you recognize as your main pro. It could just say main profile. That's why we do not have default. Default is like the thing that everybody gets messed up on. When you install Mod Organizer 2, you should not use the default profile that's there. You should actually create a profile and get rid of default. I've had issues with that default. Other people I've seen that use it have issues with it. It is not part of the guide. The guide forces you to get rid of it. It's no good, right? You could theoretically use it and have a play with it, but it does cause issues. So what we wind up doing is we copy the default, we rename it, and then there's two options that we wind up ticking. I'm not really sure where they're located. I'd probably have to create another profile, and I'll show you when we do the merges. So let me go back here. So he's doing the merge right now. Right. And these merges are all going to be in order, just so you know. Right. So basically what we're going to use is prepare merge. So what we're going to do is we're going to start over on our main profile here, because this is our base profile. So once you're on your main profile, you're going to click prepare merge, right? It'll come up with this. Now in the bottom, you want to see this load active profile as base, right? So that's going to make this main. So that's going to load all your stuff. Now you can close it. Takes 1 second. Right. So once you do that, you're going to go to merge animals merge again. Okay. So once you're on your base profile, you're going to go back to prepare merge. And now you can see we've got a base profile. So let's go back to the page here. All right, now that we've done this, and I have to watch that first bit just because myself, like anybody else, and especially if you're doing the guide for the first time, I definitely recommend you watch the tutorial that he gave once, if not twice, if you need to. Keep it up here just in case. So the very first, and you can read, here's the instructions on building merges, right? Now, I'm going to walk you through it without having you do this. The only thing you need to make sure is that you're doing them in order and they're being placed in order. So now that we're in prepare merge on our animals merged profile, what I like to do is start at the very top. You can copy. Now make sure you don't miss a spot, right? Get to the very end. Copy this. And this bottom, but we used to have to do this manually before we had the prepare merge tool. You could also, if this didn't work for you, you could like highlight and drag them over. That's an option. You can actually look at them and physically type the plugins here. This is the easiest way to do it. Watch this. Import entries from clipboard, because copying puts it to your clipboard, and they're going to appear here, right? Once they appear here, you just want to make sure that they're the same ones that you have. So it starts off with ZZ underscore horse overhaul ESP. You're going to make sure that each and every one including the very bottom one, which is usually like a consistency or conflict patch, is there. Okay. Then you're going to go merge, prepare merge in active profile. It's going to give you this little pop-up. Are you sure? You're going to choose yes. It's going to work. And then it's going to say success, or it's going to give you an error. Most of the time, if you do it properly, it's going to say success. You can read this if you want to. Just hit OK, and then you're going to close the window. Okay. Once you do that, you're still on the merge page for your animals merged, right? Now we're going to open up ZEdit. And for ZEdit, there's a couple things. I'm going to recopy this merge animals merge because we're going to use this, but we're also going to use the file name, and the file name is crucial. Okay, so we're going to go back to MO2. We're going to open up ZMerge. We have not used this yet, right? So if it's not on ZMerge, you find it in the dropdown. All right, it should be. You are going to have already set this up from the beginning, so all you're going to do is start session, right? Now, this bottom filter around these three is the only safe place to click if they're hanging up. So you can click here. There's not going to be anything here in your ZEdit session. We are going to create our first merge. So click it. You're going to be presented with this, which you cannot lower. So on the Details tab, I'm going to erase it, and I'm going to paste in. And now you have to Control-C, Control-V here, right? So the name of the merge is going to be merge animals merge, just like our profile. However, the file name cannot be. So tab down and hit delete. Go back to your main page, right? We want it to say animals merged ESP because this is the plugin name that we're going to use. So Control-V, paste that in. The merge method is going to be the clobbered down, merge down old method. I know it says merge down improved, but this is the one that we use. Plugins are going to be the actual plugins. So again, you're going to start with ZZ Horse Overhaul, and if you did it right, they will be in order. So for me, it's finding ZZ Horse Overhaul, and at the bottom, you're going to hold the Shift key, not Control, right? Make sure these are identical to what you have here. If they are anywhere in here, once you have them highlighted, they're going to be in blue. Right click, and you're going to hit not select all, but toggle selected. This is going to toggle only the ones that you highlighted. And it's going to put them with little check marks. The load order, you need to use the game load order. So you don't need to do anything here. And if you go Details tab first, then load order is perfectly fine. I typically go Details first to get this, then I go to load order just to tick this option, and then I do my plugins at the bottom. As you can see, it does not matter which order you do them in. Aquila, welcome. Happy Saturday. This is the easiest way to do merges, right? Now, as you can see, everything here is merged. You're just going to hit OK, and it's going to pull this up. It says ready to be built. Last built never, because we haven't built it. And then this is going to be the plugin's name that's going to be merged, and then this is its location in the data folder, or in this case, it's going to be in your mods folder for MO2 because we set ZMerge up that way. So when you're ready and this page is up, you hit build. And it's going to do its thing. Depending on your hardware and your CPU, it'll take a couple seconds. It may take a little bit. Once it's at 100% in green and says all done, you're good. You can show the log. If you want to read it, of course you can, to see if there's anything else there. Removing masters from yada yada. So we're good. So we can hit close, and it's still going to say this, but you can close out, right? From here, if you refresh, you hit F5, you see this merge animals merged. However, this needs to be on your main profile now. This is just your merge profile. We don't use these for anything but individual merges. So go back to your main profile. For me, it's Legacy the Dragonborn, Magasady main. And merge animals merge is here. You're going to activate it. And it tells you where the placement goes directly after Winterhold City overhauls conflict resolution. Whatever version of the guide you're using, if you're watching this on YouTube in the future, you're going to follow these instructions and place it where the guide states to place it. At the time I'm doing this, this is the 31st of January, 2026. It's the current version of Lexy's Legacy, so this is where she's telling us to put it. And that's exactly where it's going. There's the Winterhold City Overhauls conflict res. If you look down in your plugins tab, Animals Merge is there. You're not done with this merge. The last step is to come back to your tools, and you're going to go to Merge Plugins Hide. And this will automatically hide all these plugins are currently active. So you can highlight the one you want, right click, and disable plugins. All plugins are inactive. Close it out. Okay. There you go. You've just done a merge. Again, War Turtle's got the video up above. Right here where it says watch, you just right click and open his YouTube link, or you can click on it and just go back to the guide as you need to. But they're pretty easy to do. Now, the notice here, so if you're rebuilding the NPC retexture, now NPC retexture merge is a special one. It's got special instructions when we get to it, but aside from that, they're all the same. So we've just done the animals merged, right? You're going to go back to your blank profile for merges, right? We're going to move on to the next one. So the next profile says Legacies, Legacy of the Dragonborn Consistency Patches Merged. Again, the way I do it is I take the merge name as the profile name. So when you're on your blank profile for merges again, after you did your first one, configure your profile, right? You're going to copy it again because it's got to be the blank one. Hit OK, hit select, right? If you're ever unsure if MO2 is doing anything, feel free to close it and reopen it. Does not hurt anything, right? And I like to make sure I'm here, right? So the next step again is we are going to prepare all these in here. So you go to the tool. This is where you're going to be using tools all the time, right? You're going to go to prepare merge again for this one. It's going to bring you up this nice tablet. And remember how we copied from clipboard. So we're going to go back to the guide. So you're just going back and forth. And this is why I keep MO2 over here and the guide over here. We're going to start off with the Ethereum Swords and Armor consistency plugin. And you're just going to hold the left mouse and drag. But you don't want to keep a space, because if you keep a space, it'll mess up. And when you have everything, copy them. You're going to come back here and you're going to import your entries from clipboard. I'm going to be repeating this over and over just so you guys can hear it, but see how they appear immediately? It's instantaneous. Now here's the other thing. Let's go to prepare merge and active profile, because this is the next step. We're going to hit this one. Are you sure? Yes, we're sure. This one might take a little longer, but we're going to eventually get a message. And it says success. Now, since I can't hit OK down there, it's safe to close it out with the X here, but you really want to hit the OK, right? So we can close this window. Now, if you look over here, you're going to see a bunch of missing masters. You're going to see stuff that looks like it's out of order, but you can safely ignore this. Unless this changes in the future, that won't matter. What's going to matter is that you have all of these copied to this profile, right? Now, again, we're going to use zmerge from zedit. So again, I like to make my zedit, I'm going to recopy the merge name right before, then we're going to open up zmerge, right? And now we should already have one. So you're on zmerge, you want to start your session again. Great, we have our animals merged. Now these plugins are not available, but don't worry, you don't need them, okay? Don't touch anything here. Don't edit this. Don't delete this. Leave this here. Okay? The only time you're ever going to need to do anything with this is if you need to rebuild an individual merge. But that's not what we're doing here. Okay? We want to create another merge. So the green create merge, right? The reason I tell you not to click up here is because you can accidentally click here if this is loading in. And the more merges that you've put here, you can accidentally do it. That's why I say this under this bar where these three are, like I usually click down here and then they'll appear for you. So You got to go to the ER. Half my face is swollen. Oh, damn, dude. Well, get your ass to the ER, and hopefully they'll probably give you some like Novocaine or something to numb the pain. That sucks, dude. Yeah, toothaches are no fun. All right. So let's create our second merge. And you're going to be, again, you can't move this now, remember. So these are going to be behind it. So you work with the details tab. So the new merge, of course, we're going to rename it what we copied. It's going to be Lexy's. It's going to say merge, Lexy's legacy consistency patch merged. The exact same thing that's right here. The file name, which is right here, needs to match what the guide says. It has to be LOTD consistency patches merge. Lexy's LOTD consistency patches merge ESP. The reason that's important is for when we're running the merge and like Rybash and synthesis, the plugin name has to be identical. That's why these file names in the center is crucial. If you're more comfortable typing it yourself, feel free, but this has to match identically. Okay? Load order again. Use the games load order. And now we're going to go to plugins. So what I like to do is I like to scroll to the bottom and work my way back. We're going to start with Ethereum Swords and Armor. And we want our last one to be the Oblivion Artifact Pack Invisible Head Fix. So I'm going to look for Ethereum Swords and Armor Consistency Patch, which is right here. And I'm going to hold the Shift key. And when you do that, at the bottom, everything in here is going to highlight blue. When it does, you're going to right-click. And again, not select all. Toggle selected is what you want. That's what's going to tick it. Again, so if you go details, always start at details first. You want to get that. You want to get this right. Right? And again, the merge method should never change. It should default to clobber merge down old. If it doesn't, make sure that's it. You do not want the improved. You want the old. So don't change this. Make sure this stays the same. If you go plugins next, this should be fine because we are using the game load order. Data does not get touched. Right? As you can see, this will change things. You want to make sure it stays like this and uses the game load order. Once you do that, you're going to hit OK. So I'm going to stay on the plugin side because this is the last. I usually go details load order plugins. It's just easier for me. You do it how you like to do it. Hit OK. And it's also going to bring this up. Now you got to be careful. Don't click anything. Make sure this is ready to be built. You're going to go to build. And it's going to do the same thing we did with animals merged. You may have to wait a little longer. The more plugins that need to be merged, the longer it takes, but you're copying records. You could probably show the log as it does it. But once it's green, it says all done. It says one merge built successfully. You're fine. You're good to go. You can close this out. You can close out zmerge from zedit. Now remember, if you F5, it will put it back up here, but you need to do this now on your main profile. So it's profile switching. So now you can see we've got the legacy consistency merge. We want to go back to your main profile. And it says directly after merge animals merge. That's exactly where it shows up. The final step again is I like to refresh this. Definitely do not have archive parsing on for this part. Mod Organizer will hang in the balance. It'll say not responding. It'll crash on you. Just untick the archive parsing if you have it on at this point. We need to hide the merge. So go back to merge plugins hide. And now you're going to see we have a second one. You're going to highlight this one because our animals merge plugins are all inactive. And that's what you want, right? Now, they don't always go in order, especially if you get to RS Children and you're wondering, well, why is RS Children up higher? Shouldn't it be below? This doesn't matter. Where it is doesn't matter, right? So we're going to only select this. This is going to be in yellow. So once you highlight this in blue, right-click, and it's only enable or disable, and you want to disable. So once it's disabled, you hit close. And it's going to do its thing. I'm going to just refresh it one more time. It's after animals merged. We're good to go. Now, we are on to the Darkface reporter. Since you guys can't watch WarTortle stuff, I'm not gonna pull this up because this is a little bit different now. But if you're new to the Darkface issue reporter, I highly recommend you go to running DFIR on your merge page, right? Now, you guys can't hear this for whatever fucking reason. It's Blasphemous WarTortle. You'll see his thing. It'll say 246 subscribers at the time of this video. He may have more, but super useful. So this is NPC the retexturing. First things first, step one is make sure you download the Darkface issue reporter ignore any. Let's do that now. Is it in here? Darkface issue reporter ignore. Manual download. This, as you can see, I've already got one, but this is, she's got this on her website. I'm going to go back here. So we're going to extract the contents of this right into the SSE edit scripts folder. So go to where you have SSE edit, go to edit scripts, and it should be in here. This is the ignore. And if you look down, I think we actually did one earlier, Darkface issue reporter ignore. But I'm going to throw it in and I'm going to replace, because this is further in the guide and it must mean something. Now, what you're going to want to do is close down MO2, reopen MO2. We no longer need this. This can go. Let's open up SSE edit from your file explorer. So SSE edit, edit scripts. We want that ignore and the Darkface issue reporter itself. All right. These are crucial. Okay. So in the Darkface issue reporter, which is not the ignore, this is the reporter in it. We did this earlier in the guide. You're going to right click, edit with Notepad. You can open it with whatever, but you need like a text editor. So as you can see, I've already done this because I did this in the beginning. This is sort of just a reminder. The create debug log file needs to be true. The console command batch file needs to be true. Darkface collector needs to be true. And I'm going to, I guess, well, let's leave it capital. All right. It's going to say Darkface collector ESP. As long as you have that, you're good. So we're now going to create and set up your NPC retexture merge profile. But we're not going to run zmerge yet. So first of all, remember how we go back. We'll go back to blank for merges. Right? The NPC retexture merge is right below this. So again, the merge name, I like to name it the same. And again, when you're on blank for merges, you're going to hit copy. Have a nice clean slate. Hit OK. Hit select. You can F5, you can close and reopen MO2 if you need to. So I'm on my NPC retexture merge, but let's just see what the instructions on here say, because this may have changed. What's up, General? We got Brambleberry and Scar, welcome in. We're doing merges. We're doing merges on Lexy's. So if you go to we just finished all 10 parts. Well, we finished it yesterday before I left for the night. So I have some more time today. So we're going to possibly finish the rest of the guide. This will probably be the last video that I upload for YouTube. So and if you guys are watching this on YouTube in the future, feel free to pause and go back. I'm in the process of uploading episode 5, because for some reason YouTube didn't like it and it just hung in the balance. So all right. Once you've set these to true, 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 and make sure it says the Dark Face Collector ESP. We've already set up our NPC retexture merge. We're not running zmerge yet. So while you're on, so it's assuming you're doing the same thing. So we're going to run DFIR on this, the Dark Face Issue Reporter. So first, we want to do the same thing. Now we are going to create our merge on our retexture merge page. This used to be a lot harder, now it's not. You're going to again start with diversity, a character overhaul, hold your left mouse until you get down to the bottom to the NPC retextures owl patch. You are going to copy these. Okay. Same thing, we're going to open up, prepare merge. We're going to import our entries from the clipboard. As you can tell, it's a lot of repetitious stuff, but it is steps that you need to do in order or you will have a bad time. And then we're going to prepare this merge in the active profile. Do we want to continue? Yes. And this will be another long list. There we go. Success. You can read what these are. It'll tell you all the plugins, and these are the mods. Hit OK. We can close the window. We're not going to run zedit yet. Let's go back up to the instructions. That was key that it says this, right? But do not run zmerge yet. So now we're on step 5. Well, still on the NPC retexture profile, open xedit and load the plugins already selected. Okay, so let's do that. We're on our NPC retexture merge, so let's open up the plugins selected, right? Now you're going to notice there's a few of these that are not ticked, right? All these in here, you don't need them, okay? You need this NPC. These are the ones that you need. The unofficial patch, the base ESMs. There's going to be 7 of them, right? So these 7 base game files, what they are: 7 ESMs. Skyrim, there's 1. Update, there's 2. Dawnguard is 3. Hearthfires is 4. Dragonborn is 5. Fishing is 6. Saints and I'm sorry. Fishing is not 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Legacy of the Dragonborn is 6. Interesting NPCs. So let's hit OK. This is going to load. General, you are on a, what's that? 7 stream streak. Much appreciated. When you get to the mod groups, this always pops up once you start with the unofficial patch. We never select a mod group, ever. We always just hit OK here. Right? So Skyrim, we have what? We have Update, Dawnguard, Hearthfires, and Dragonborn. We have Legacy, interesting NPCs, and Special Edition patch. I feel like I'm missing some. The game. Oh, I'm sorry. I was doing it right. So the base game has 7 ESMs. Let's do this again. There's 1. Skyrim. Update is 2. Dawnguard is 3. Hearthfires is 4. Dragonborn is 5. Fishing is 6. Saints and Seducers is 7. Those are the 7 base game ESMs. They have to say ESM. Do not choose EXE. Right? Don't worry about survival, curios, or the resource pack. Then you want the unofficial patch. So hold Control. You want 3D NPCs. and Legacy of the Dragonborn ESM. It's okay if these are out of order. This does not matter. On step 7 here, right-click any of those plugins, so it doesn't matter. You're going to choose Apply Script. We're going to run the Darkface Issue Reporter. So you can find it, you can scroll here, but it's right there. Right? You want Darkface Issue Reporter. Okay. You're going to choose OK. You're going to choose option number 2. It says run only for selected files or records. Note, cannot pause and resume. You have to let this run, right? So this can take up to 25 minutes. It could take longer, right? You don't want to tick any options. You don't want to touch anything that's in here. You just want to click on this number 2 anywhere in here. So we're going to do that. And then eventually over here in the Messages tab, you're going to start to see it work. Now, if you've messed up on your NPC section, you're going to start to see NPCs popping up. It's pretty normal. We all pretty much mess up on our NPCs when we do the guide. It's one of the most tedious things. It's why I've been pushing for the guide to not use these replacers. If anything, they'll probably use something like Easy NPC. I personally hate Easy NPC. I think it's a trash program. But what you're looking for here is it's now processing. You can see the names here. It says these are the NPCs. These are, I think, their IDs. These are the names, and there's their, I want to say their form ID or their ref ID. I'm not sure which. But these are the names. If you see a break after one of these names, it basically means that that NPC has face gen. Let me turn the music on real quick. What's up, Ted? Evening. So we're just gonna like sit here in real time. It's at what point in the video here? 51:10. 51 minutes 10 seconds is when this sort of started. Maybe a little bit sooner. I don't do timestamps in mine or anything like that, but yeah, you keep it like this. Get up, walk away, because you can't do anything until this finishes anyway. What's going to wind up happening is when the program finishes, it'll tell you down here in your messages. You're going to scroll to the bottom, and you're going to have the Darkface Collector ESP, something we saved earlier. And that's going to tell you if you have NPCs with face gen. It's going to tell you which ones. It's going to basically tell you that this is what you need to go back and fix, right? And then there's a whole section here fixing NPCs with Darkface. So you need to, one, is your NPC retexture merge consistency patch active? That's number one, right? If not activated, then you have to rerun DFIR. Are all the NPCs shown from interesting NPCs? Right? One, so if so, you forgot to merge the hotfix with the main file, and so the main file is not active on your merge profile. Right? That's why it's important to follow the directions when they say merge the update with the main, unless otherwise specified. That goes for every single mod. There's that one section where you're doing the was it like the ancient Dwemer pipework patches, I think by Xstudio, that has like my patches, and there's a ton of them. That's one of the only time, I think one of two times where you can get away with putting the update file, because it doesn't have anything to do with this. Manually activate the main interesting NPCs file, right? And then you're going to check that the mods from page 5 of the guide are all in the correct order, right? So let's just go back to part 5. So what this means is that when you go to the NPC retextures, these So diversity has to come first. Patches needs to come second. Then diversity, SRC. These all have to be in this order. Wicco has to be underneath this in the left pane of MO2, right? All these NPCs, these are the assets. These assets matter, right? So these need to be as they are listed in the guide under each mod in the left pane of MO2. You'd be surprised at how many people like mess this up, right? So let's go back to the merge page, right? So if you still have NPCs in your Darkface collector, expand the collector ESP and select the first NPC listed. We'll get to that if I have any messed up. Normally I would have, if I've done this in video format, War Turtle actually did this where he shows like different scenarios. Again, the video right above it, it is why it's still viable to have this on the guides page. They were talking about removing the videos because they're outdated by, this one's 5 years, but this information is not wrong. If information's not wrong, there's no reason to remove them. So I've told her my thoughts on it. I said, the videos are absolutely vile. I've been modding for years, and I still look at these as sort of like a refresher for myself. Anybody who's a visual learner absolutely needs to watch this, right? I think he's got like another video down below, or maybe it's just these two, I don't know. But there is an NPC section, the retexture, it's in the appendices, right? So if you go to here, you can click on NPC retextures table, right? And it's going to have, how many pages do we have? They're all in alphabetical order. Oh, there's a lot, right? We have 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there's a lot of. There's 12. Is that all? Yeah. So it's got all the names. They're all in alphabetical order. There's the form ID. Do you have the male or female gender? You have the winning mod assets. So which assets in the left side need to win, and the winning mod plugin in the right. These all have to be. That's how you troubleshoot face gen. It's really simple. It's really, really simple once you do it. The guide makes it so easy. Otherwise, you're just going into SSC Edit and you're going to get the ID that the Darkface collector spits out at you. Which is even easier because otherwise you'd have to open the game, you'd have to say help, quote, Lydia, close quote, space 4, hit start or enter. And it'll bring up like the list. Then you have to find Lydia NPC, grab her ID, then you have to go into the game and say player place at me, her ID, and 1, right? Then you'd have to click on her with more informative console. Then you'd have to expand that out and see like what the winning assets are. It's a pain in the dick. It is a pain. Aquila, what's going on? Did you just sneak in or were you... Oh yeah, you came in there earlier. Okay. I've got blackface in my mods at times. Missing... Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. So let's go back to the merge page. The Darkface issue reporter. So there's a whole video on just this. If you're new to DFIR, watch the video. It is still valid. It may not match what the guide says, but you're going to watch the video to learn. You're going to read the guide. And you're just going to take it step at a time. Step 1's there. Step 2's there. Step 3's there. Make sure you do not miss the ignore any. There is, I think, one false positive, and it's like one of the Saints and Seducers but they don't matter because they don't have face gen. So if I do get one, it's typically that one. Another thing I've noticed with, for some reason, with version 2.5 of MO2, I yawn, sorry. The Darkface collector plugin name won't be won't say Darkface Collector ESP. It'll actually be like a question mark ESP. I don't know why it does that, but that almost doesn't matter. You may be like, say, hey, I got that once. Yeah, it's fine. Everything else is still going to be in order. So if you have NPCs with face gen, it'll tell you. You can see we've moved on from the base game now to the unofficial patch. So I think we've done Legacy of the Dragonborn. What are we at here? We're at 10 minutes. And then we just need interesting NPCs. So as you can see here, if I make this big, right? Again, if you see a break in the processing, that means you have an NPC with face gen. If it's going like this means this is good. This is what you want. If you have multiple breaks, that means you've got a bunch of problems that you need to sort out. Yeah, this is, once you do it like a time or two, Aquila, this is really easy. I don't use NPC overhauls on my personal setup. I feel like it's a waste of resources, and I don't like mixing and matching. Well, like one author feels is like the way an NPC should look versus another author for like a totally different NPC. I just feel like the contrasting styles water the game down a little bit. Just a personal thing I have. So like on my own profile, I don't use any of them. Like there's no diversity, there's no Wicco, there's no Northborns, there's no Pandorables, there's no Bijin stuff, there's no... I think the only stuff I use one for Serana. I use one for Harkon and Valerica. And I use Pandorable's Dawnguard unofficial patch. The same one the guide uses. Mainly because that handles all the vampires. Right? It handles the generic vampires that you see in the game. It handles the Volkihar clan, all the named ones. It handles the feral vampire in the tunnel. It handles everything from that DLC. Right? It's the only one that I use. Mainly because there's not anything else. I could go without it. For sure. Oh, and it does like Stabile Stentor and a few other people. But basically anything from that DLC that has to do with vampires, that one handles. And with the way that I set up my NPCs... Oh, it's done. Okay. Wow, that only took 12 minutes. Okay, that's even better. Heck, look at how many mods. It looks amazing, but I'm overwhelmed at the same time. Yeah, it's not that bad. I mean, like, if you've used Wabbajack lists, there's way more than this. Do you want to save now? Well, not yet. I want to check things. So, let's go here. Let's go back to where we were. So, yeah, see how mine's the question mark? All right. This is what you want. See this? You just have a file header. This is my Darkface collector. I am going to save this, by the way. I'm going to rename it. You have to watch War Turtle's video because he's got like different scenarios. I just ran it. My game has no Darkface. A perfect run. I pretty much get a perfect run every time. I can't remember the last time I had any face gen to troubleshoot because I've done the guide so many times. I'm so used to installing it. I know, how to do step by step. But this is what you want. You want to have it finish where it says saving debug log 2 done, applying script, blah, blah, blah. Process records, elapsed time, yada, yada. So it took me 12 minutes, 27 seconds to do what the guide said. And at the very bottom this is your Darkface collector. You want it to say just the file header when you expand it. If you expand it and you have an actor's NPC or something like that, you need to fix those because those that are in that list are all the NPCs with dark face. Okay? So I don't have any. This is best case scenario. I am going to save this. This is going to go into overwrite. Can I rename it? Is the question. Errors have occurred. Can I rename from here? Other options. Nope, I don't want to do that. Well, it won't let me. The problem you're going to run into is you're not going to be able to save it if it's got this question mark. Errors can't create. Yeah, because you can't use a symbol. So that's something that they're going to need to fix. I don't know why it does that, but it does. But as long as you get this is DFIR, you're going to have to take my word on that. I really wish it didn't do this, but because what I do is I save it and I put the plugin on my desktop in case I need to use it, or I'll put it into MO2 deactivated in case I need to go back and fix it. So, but that's that. So, yeah, mine ran clean. We're not going to save it. We are going to exit out. Let's see if it did it anyway. Let me just see. No, okay. Z-edit backups, you can just delete these. You don't need them. Let me see. We don't need troubleshooting dark faces. Now, what we do need to do is we need to run our actual merge. So make sure you're using SSC64 and running DFI. All right, we've done all that. Here's your step to fix your NPCs after DFIR. If you want to read these, feel free. Yeah, it'll say head parts are showing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reselect all these. Actually, let me just refresh this. All right, no, we don't need this. We're still on the merge. All right, so we're gonna do the merge with Z-edit. So I'm gonna highlight merge, NPC retexture merge, SSE. Go back to MO2. We want Z merge. Right here, start your session. Now you'll see we've got 2 already. Want to create another new one. Again, Control V, paste that in. Tab, delete. Now the file name needs to be identical, so make sure you NPC retexture merge SSE ESP clobber merge down old. We want the game load order. Now let's go to plugins. Again, I start at the bottom. Here we just match these up. So this is diversity, a character overhaul, all the way down to the NPC retextures owl patch. So I'm going to look up for diversity, a character overhaul right here. And they're all in order. Hold your shift. Make sure they're all selected in blue. Right click anywhere. Toggle selected. Don't worry about these in different colors. This doesn't matter. And then hit OK. Now, again, you're going to come down here. You're going to find the merge that you just did, ready to be built. Look it over if you want. It's going to tell you the plugin. It's going to tell you the data folder. In this case, again, your mods, mod organizer mods folder, and then the mod name. And then you're just going to hit build. You could show the log if you want, but you're going to wait for this to do its thing, get to 100%. Where it will work all the same after you finish it. After you do all the merges, Aquila? Or what do you mean will work all the same? Are you talking about with the question mark? That question mark for some reason shows up with this version of Mod Organizer. It's hit or miss. It's like you have a 50-50 chance of that happening. So so once you're done, there you go. You just close out of there. There's your merge. You X out of there. And we are going to go back to our main profile, as you can see. This goes right under the Lexy's consistency patch merge, which is right here. Refresh it again. Same thing. Last step is you're going to go down to merge plugins hide. And as you can see, there's your retexture. You're going to right click and disable those plugins and hit close. Yeah, it'll work the same. You're just going to have a harder time because you're going to have to probably run DFIR a few times and hope that it does it the right way. I don't know if it has to do with the capital D or the lowercase d. I don't remember which. Actually, I could probably tell you here. Let me see here. I think I brought this up. Yeah, see how it says STX now? This isn't right. If I... At no point did we have anything that said STX. See, there's the question mark. So, in running, it messed it up, but the rest of them stayed the same. Yeah, we had Dark Face Issue Collector saved. But yeah, you'll have to go back and you'll have to change that. All right. After our NPC retexture merge, of course, we want to go back to our blank profile for merges. You could feel free to, again, refresh MO2. Delete the textures and meshes folders from it, the merge if they're present. So go in here, go in your file tree. There are meshes and textures. I'm going to do this. I'm going to put these on my desktop for right now. And then I'm going to... Yeah, because these are going to be in the merge. So meshes and textures. Delete it. That way I can always throw these folders back in if, for whatever reason, I need them later. Because we are going to run DFIR one more time as a safety check, so make sure you keep them. Just in case. You don't want to have to do a whole merge over again. What are we on? Blank for merges. So we got weapons, armors merged. So on blank for merges, we're going to click on the config. We're going to copy it, name it, select it. Okay. And again, we are going to run prepare merge. So we're going to go back to the guide. We are going to start with faction crossbows CCOR patch ESP. And we're going to get to the Wayfarer's code consistency patch. And then we're going to, on the right side here, import entries from clipboard. And prepare merge in this active profile. Yes. This one's pretty quick. Warning, not all plugins can be placed. You probably placed a master behind its dependent child. Let's see what that is. Does it tell me? You could, theoretically, enable selected. I don't think it's really going to do anything. So let's do this. Let's click on our blank for we're going to select this profile again. Copy. Now that we're on the blank, this weapons armor merged. I am going to remove it. Yes. All right, it's gone. So blank for profile for merges. Copy. We want the merge weapons armors merged. Select it. I may have to close down MO2 and reopen it because it's a pain in the ass. So let's do that. Huh. Yeah, I moved all my stuff. So again, we're going to start off with faction crossbows. Go to prepare merge. Import entries. I'm trying to think if there's anything here. Not all plugins could be placed at the end of the load order. You probably placed a master behind its dependent child. Let's check the Discord. I'm going to make a copy of this. I'll just number this 01. So if I go to pictures, pop it down there. Let's go to guide discussion. Let's go to the last message here. All right, so I think this is it. When I went and prepared the ML2 profile associated with this merge and I copied and pasted the mods listed, a warning notification popped up. But it said something like warning plugin listed before master. It didn't list anything specific. I clicked OK and brought up the success notification as it worked. Let's check the help desk here. Prepare, so here we go. Prepare merge errors out on weapons and armors merge. If you get the warning, not all plugins can be placed at the end. Error. Double check if you accidentally installed Scout Armor CCOR patch from CryptBeer's Patch Hub. If you have, you can do the easy fix and just delete that plugin from the Patch Hub instead of reinstalling the mod as you normally should. Okay, let's check that out. Let's close this. Now we did get success here. Let's go back to what's the name of the Scout Armor. Looks like. Let's type that. Let's try activating this. Let's go to prepare merge. Okay. Let's go back to our main profile. This is one I've never run into, so. Scout armor. Just delete the plugin from Cryptober's Patch Hub instead of reinstalling the mod, as you normally would. Not giving me, well, here. We'll just delete it from right here. Scout armor. Let's do that. I'm not going to delete it. I'm going to stick it over an optional. That way it'll disappear. Again, we have to let's remove this merge. Because I like to get everything good. We'll select the blank. Alright. Again, select the name. And on the blank profile for merges, we're going to copy. We're going to make our weapons armor merge, which we're on. And let's try it for the third time. Faction crossbows. Let's copy. And go into prepare merge. Import entries. Prepare merge an active profile and hit yes. There we go. So it'll work just by moving it over to optional ESPs. It gets its own folder. You could delete it. I think it was that Cass. Yeah, Cass mentioned to delete it. Absolutely fine to delete it. You don't need it. This is what you want. Hit OK. Close the window. And copy the name because we're going to go back to zmerge. So open up zmerge again. All right, start your session. Now you've got a couple down here. There's you're going to create a new merge. Your weapons armors merge. It has to be spelled this way. Don't think you're cute by spelling it without the U. That's how Lexy spells it, and that's how the file name is going to be. Because she's from England and they use weird fucking spelling. So there you go. Has to be the same. Clobber merge down old is the method. You want your game load order. Plugins, again, I always refer back to here. So it's Faction Crossbows CCOR patch. Faction Crossbows CCOR patch. All the way down to and hold shift. Make sure they're all highlighted in blue. Toggle selected. Hit OK. Scroll down here. Here it is your merge. Build your merge. It's really repetition. It gets real simple after you do one or two. If you want to check your log, you can. I don't need to. I know that it merged properly. Close that out. And again, go back to your main profile right after you merge. Come down here, and it is directly after the NPC retexture, which it is. These need to stay in order. Activate it first. Then go back to your tools. We're going to hide all the plugins. So merge plugins hide. Highlight it. Disable. Close. I give it another refresh. Okay. Verify that you've run merge plugins hide on all merges before going past this point. Merge plugins hide. All are inactive. So yes, we have. Now we need to check our load order. Now if by checking the load order, we're going to have to go back to the Discord. Notice our ESMs and ESPs is at 241, so we're under the limit, which is good. What I'm going to do is I'm going to refresh MO2. I am going to close MO2. We're going to hold on to these folders right here. I'm going to reopen MO2. This is just my OCD, but, you know, this doesn't hurt. In the right pane, don't touch anything. Leave this right pane alone. Okay, the left pane, just make sure everything is expanded. So, um, so you may need to switch to your vanilla profile or back or restart MO2 for the load order text file. Okay, where is your load order text file? Your load order text file is in your mod tools folder where you have mod organizer. And it's going to be in your profile. And it's going to be your main profile that you're using. So for me, Legacy of the Dragonborn Magus 80 main. Right? There's your load order text. How I do this, it's right here. Load order.txt. Okay. So we are going to right click and we are going to copy, paste this on your desktop. Okay. We're going to go to the Discord because you have to check it on the Discord. So let me just close this down. So you're looking at getting back into Skyrim, huh? That's a great idea. Everybody should be playing Skyrim. I heard people make other games, but I've never seen the appeal in that. No, I'm kidding. So we're going to get our load order text and let's go to the Discord. I'm going to put this up here. It's going to be the load order bot channel. So see this load order bot? You're going to come here, scroll to the bottom, right? So it's going to be /, and it gives you like what it is. So we want to select load order, and we're going to attach our file here. So for me, this is my load order text. Okay, is there anything else that we need? Now it's probably going to spit out differences text for me if I messed up, and I'll show you how to fix that. But this is what you want. You want it to be / load order, and then you're just going to copy it right in the box there. Hit it. I don't want guide. Magus done messed up. It'll think, and you're going to get a differences text. So you're going to download the differences text. So for me, it's going to be up here. Oh, they really do it differently now. Okay. So just remember that this is your new one. So my differences text says your load order is missing this plugin, and your load order should not. So this is a false. This audio setting ESP is from Lucidity. I'll show you why this is false. If you search for Lucidity, sound effects, right? LSFX SSE audio settings. It says remove the audio settings if you don't want options to change the volume sound. So this is optional. Lexy says to remove it. It's optional. I like to keep it because I like to be able to go into the MCM and adjust the volume for each audio category. So what we're missing is Gemlin Queen CCOR patch. Alright, so we don't have anything for that. I really wish we had an easy way to find like the plugins, because it's probably from one of the patch hubs. So let me just do this. What I will do is I will go to the install help desk. I'm going to create a new post. What is this? Typo text gen synthesis. We're going to do mod organizer 2. So the message is tag is required. All right. Yeah, I have 2, Bramble. We're closing in like 50,000 hours on this game since 2011. Since 11/11/11, I've been playing Skyrim. I mean, I've played other games, but like I've logged more hours than anybody else I know. So, and like 3 different platforms. But yeah, I've been playing it nonstop. And that's not even including like my time modding the game. That's just gameplay. If you feel like checking it, like I could probably go into here. Let's see about complete crafting. Yeah, CCOR has its own. I have the feeling it's in CryptPeers. Maybe not. Let's look at CryptPeers. It's the withdrawals. Yep. So let's see here. I'm just going to go through some of these just to see. See, Gemlin Queen. This is not select nothing. I just want to see if there's anything with CCOR. Could be. There's weapons, armor, clothing, clutter. There's the combo. Here is armor, clothing, extension. Here it is. I think it's in CryptPeers. So let's just check. What would it be called? Well, we can go to CryptPeers and we can reinstall it. This makes it easy, and this shows you how to go about troubleshooting. So remember, start at the beginning again. I'm going to go all the way back. All right, we're going to start right at the beginning. So page 1, remember to untick diversity, right? These installer things, don't worry about it. Second page. We only want Warmonger's Loremonger tweaks. Next page, we have a couple to untick. So Beard Mask gets unticked. Kalili's is unticked. Northbourne NPCs is unticked. Ordinary Women is unticked. Everything else in green is accurate. This is all WACCF. This is for weapons, armor, clothing, clutter. This should all be right. We need immersive armors. Hold on. Immersive armors has none. It highlighted this because we have that, but we get this elsewhere. So immersive armors needs none. You have to follow the guide verbatim. Anything else that's showing up? Scout armor. Scout armor, select none. So it's on none. We want to tick none. Okay, next page. Yeah, Cryptopeers is sort of a nightmare. Untick immersive creatures, untick cloaks of Skyrim, it's unticked, unticked Warmonger Armory, unticked the unofficial patch. We want Dawnguard Arsenal and Skyrim revamped. And here it is, complete crafting overhaul, this next page. So, none for cloaks and capes, none for Hunterborn, winter is coming with cloaks, and then other patches we want... There it is, see I missed it, Gemling Queen. Tick it. Jace's Swords and Heavy Armory gets unticked. Wayfarer's Coat gets ticked. Make sure everything else is accurate. We want ICH. Immersive Creatures and Warmongers gets unticked here. None. We want Fishing and Rare Curios. None, none, none. None. More Fortifying Crafting, none. Saints and Seducers Extended Cut. Other. The big one here. Cannibal Draugr, Falscar, Hypalia Inigo. The unofficial patch is not ticked. It needs to be. Still have a few more pages left. Lux and Lux Orbis. We do have Lux Orbis, but we don't need that because that gets patched elsewhere. None for this. Unofficial material fix for improved traps, yes. Ordinator, yes. None for everything and at your own pace for other patches. And nothing here. We can install it and we're going to replace it. 1539 should turn to 1540. That's not right. Well, we need Gemling Queen. I hate Cryptopeers. The bane of my existence. Okay. So we are going to... I'm going to go back here. Mark that as solved. So that anybody that sees that, and I'll leave it there until the next update. Let's go over Cryptopeers again. 'Cause apparently, there's a few plugins there that I ticked that weren't supposed to be. Because it would spit something out at me, so. Disparity. WACCF. ACE, we have CCOR. Amidianborn. CACO, Atlas Map Markers, Improved Traps, Trade and Barter, Choice is Yours, Thieves Guild Requirements. Alright. Nothing here. We have none, 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 none for Katana Crafting. Warmonger Tweaks. What do we have? No beard masks. We have Konariks, no Kill Lilies. We have RS Children. We have Skyrim Revamped. No Ordinary Women. We have Zims and Zims. This is the big one here. Yeah, this is the one that... Alright, so Ethereum. Yes. Amidianborn, none. Cloaks of Skyrim. WACCF and CCOR. Custom pickaxes, none and none. Dawnguard Arsenal, WACCF and CCOR. Fearsome Fists, none. Fishing, WACCF and CCOR, yes. None for this, none's for Guards Armor Replacer. Immersive Armors gets none. Immersive Weapons, none. Improved Closed Face Helms, WACCF with the Beard Mask fix, that's the fix right there. Katana Crafting is none. New Legion, none. None there. Ordinator, WACCF and CCOR, yes. Rare Curios, same thing. Reliquary, none. Saints and Seducers, CC, none. Scout Armor, none. Skyrim Extended Cut, Saints and Seducers, yes, because WACCF and CCOR, alright. Immersive Creatures, and Improved Closed Face Helms, yep. Spears, Spear of Skyrim, none. Silver Knight, none. Solemn Hornless, none. Thaumaturgy, WCCF Ace and AMB, Amidianborn. Unique Uniques, none. And the Loremonger, WACCF and CCOR. Next page. Cloaks, none. Cloaks, none. Dawnguard Arsenal, no immersive creatures. Skyrim Revamped, yes. No unofficial patch, no Warmongers, that's good. None. Winter is Coming with Cloaks. None for Hunterborn. Then for other patches for CCOR, we have Amulets, we have Bandolier, we have Campfire, we have DX Crossbows. We need Gemling Queen. Jace's Swords, not the Heavy Armory, and the Wayfarer's Coat. Oh, wasn't that the one that it said I didn't need? Yeah, I got an error on that. Well, the guide says that we need it. So we're going to follow the guide again, and then if I have to raise questions, I'll raise questions. Improve Closed Face Helm, we just want ICH. None here for these. Convenient Hot Meals, none. We have Fishing and Rare Curios, yep. Hearthfires, Know Your Enemy. Hunterborn, none. No more Fortified Crafting, none. Saints and Seducers, Extended Cut, yep. None for Survival, none for Vigor. Other patches. Cannibal Draugr, yes. Falscar, yes. High Poly Project, yes. Inigo, yes. Jay's Purses and Septums, yes. Conarik's Accoutrements, yes. Moonpath. Odin. Ordinator. Predator Vision. RDO. Immersive Creatures. Sunhelm. Grey Cowl. Unofficial Patch. Worm's Tooth. None for Lux Orbis, none for the flat maps. Unofficial material fix for patches, yes. Ordinator only for trade and barter, yep. What was the other patch that we had? Faction Crossbows CCOR, okay. Nothing for Creation Club, nothing for Dwarven, nothing for On a Crimson Trail, nothing for Saints and Seducers here. At Your Own Pace is the only one for this. And nothing for here. We're going to install and we're going to replace yet again. I'm just going to check these plugins. Okay. You know why? It's in the merge. That's why it's there. Because we're on our main profile. So, let's do this. Weapons, armor, merge. We're going to do the opposite. Let's go to merge plugin hide. Some plugins active. We want to enable them all. Close this out. On the main profile, you'll probably see here, we want to enable selected. Go back to your priority. Okay. So we're going to do this merge all over again. That's not me. That's what checking your load order against the bot does for you. Because that mod is placed in. So if we go back to our merge page, part of the finishing line, go to, where is it? Weapons, armor merged. There's Wayfarer's coat. Okay. So there it is there. Still giving me a missing master. It's weird. Okay, now it's not. So the only thing that's in there is stuff that's in my override. Alright, we are going to redo the merge. So let's go back. We'll try it like this. We'll go back into Z-Edit. Let's start our session. Click down here. Let's go back to our latest. We want to edit this. So let's look at our plugins here. Load order should be the same. Weapons, armor merged. So we have faction crossbows. There's Wayfarer's coat. The Wayfarer's coat CCOR patch. That looks good. Hit OK. Let's rebuild this merge. That should be right now. Now we're going to get that message for verifying everything. So again, I like to refresh MO2 once or twice, close it, reopen it. This Gemling Queen, this is the one that we were missing. It's going to be in with Cryptobeer's patches. So if you want to put it where it's supposed to be, you can absolutely do that, and I actually recommend doing it. What I like to do is, we still haven't run loot yet, which is fine, but I'm going to place it here at the bottom because I like to keep my merges right here. So we're going to close this out. I'm still going to have that, let's close out your load order and differences. I'm actually going to close this out again. Let's reopen up Mod Organizer, because sometimes this refreshes it. Go back into your tools, go into Mod Organizer, Go into your profiles, go to your main profile, go to your load order text, copy it, and paste it on your desktop again. Anybody else pop in that I didn't say hi to? Eric, welcome in, buddy. Yeah, you're sneaking in there, huh? Did I read and watch what Howard said about Elder Scrolls Update? It's going to be open world like ESO. Is it really? Well, Todd Howard can go fornicate himself with the rusty spoon. I think if he did say that, then I'm gonna be done with Elder Scrolls as a series. I'll stick with Skyrim, but that's gonna suck. Like if it's gonna be like open world like that, where it's gonna be subscription based, I'm not paying for it. Fuck that. They've done too much fuckery. What's up, Talon? Welcome in. Yeah. All right. Let's go back to Lexy's Discord server. Okay. Let's go back to the load order bot. I'm going to attach my file again. So it's telling me that I just shouldn't have the audio settings ESP. I guess, honestly, whatever, I'll delete it. It's not a big deal. Let's do this. Let's just, instead of deleting it, let's just put it as an optional file. How about that? Perfect. There we go. So let's again, MO2 is closed. Let's reopen it. If I really want this to be perfect, that's how you have to do it, so. Back to Lexy's Discord. Load order. Throw it in. Now it should be fine. It should say, your load order has no issues. I like to give it the middle finger because I don't like bots. And that's what you want. You want to check your load order against the main. Right? Once you do that, you're good to go. We can move on to the next page. So let me scroll all the way down in both plugins here. 1, 2, 3, 4 merges. Absolutely make sure the plugins that need to be hid in merge plugins hide are hid. You got a warning earlier. Okay. If you didn't follow the instructions of the previous page, run merge plugins hide now. Yes. You want your plugins to be hidden. We could also get rid of the Z-edit back. There's nothing in here. Z-edit just throws that in there. You're going to need the any tweaks. Oh. Actually, we could just... Oh, here, you know what? Screw that. Let's delete. We could delete all this stuff. We don't need any of it. This is the first time since you started your guide that you're going to have a clean MO2 notifications icon. So what are we doing? Okay. Yeah, you're nowhere close to done yet. There's a few more things. Oh, Wizard, welcome in. I forgot to say hi right back to you. Welcome. Ugh. It's my uptime here. I don't care about that. Not even 2 hours. Pretty good. This just tells you about the finishing line. Just right-click, enable all. So here's the thing. With your plugins, once you get finished, I recommend sliding up to the top. If you have any unchecked plugins, if you tick on Mod Index, they'll appear above Skyrim ESM. By default, Mod Organizer always does this. Okay? If you don't see anything above that, you're good. You can go back to priority. You could check them one by one if you want to. I'm looking here. I don't see any unticked plugins because the way that I do it is also right. There are more than one right way to do things. So Mod Organizer 2 Conflict Manager, manage and move overwritten mods. So make sure MO2 is closed. Okay, we're going to close MO2. Launch the MO2 Conflict Manager, which should be in your Mod Tools folder. Should have its own thing. It's an exe. Click Browse. You're going to select your, let's see here. Did I do that right? See, I see it doesn't do this. We need your Legacy of the Dragonborn Special Edition. So this is going to be Steam. Steam Apps. Common. No, I'm sorry. I did that wrong. D, Mod Tools. Mod Organizer. Profiles. And Legacy of the Dragonborn. Click the scan button. Well, we have to open it. Scan and clean. 100%. Let's see here. Once the summary appears, click Start Move. Saved 40.93 gigabytes. And you'll see it working down here. Moved 23,134 files, 40.93 gigabytes to the overwritten files. You can now either back this up or delete it. Deletion should save you 40 gig. So hit OK. We have to reopen up MO2 here. Let's just check to see what it did. Nothing in. Overwrite. Mod Tools, Mod Organizer. Overwritten files. So it's here. So if you want to delete these, you can. You could delete the whole thing. I have the extra space. I'm going to leave it alone. But if you actually need the 40 gig, there you go. You're good to go. Give me 1 second. I am going to grab my sweatshirt. It is very cold here. Yeah, we're in the very low single digits. It's like 3 degrees today. I have a little space heater going on in my room. We have gas heat for our heating. But it's just brutal. This also gets me up and lets me walk around for a little bit. Okay. What else do we have here? Set ESL script. So we want to get our ESM and ESP count down a little further. We're right at 240. Technically we're under, but we can get that down. So what we're going to do, all right, click on your gears button to edit your executable path. And we are going to select the SSE edit entry from right there. Right. What you're going to do is you're going to click the clone selected option. It's in the little plus with the arrow down here. They should specify this, but there you go. So if you're looking all over for it, it says, where's it say clone selected? It's in this plus. Okay. So SSC edit 1. We, of course, are going to change the name. And what I like to do is, because it's per the guide, I'm going to copy and paste it in. If you always feel like you're missing one, there you go. The binary should be the same. You just want sudo ESL in your arguments. So we don't want this copied because that's for something else. So sudo ESL. Now you're going to click apply. Actually, I'm going to, since we did zedit, we haven't done synthesis, we haven't done rybash. I'm going to put it here. Let's apply. So that's the set ESL executable. Now we're going to run it. You're going to load all your plugins. Highlight all your plugins. Select all. Hit OK. Snowed here yesterday. Bitter cold. Yeah, it's been in the negatives here, Fahrenheit. So it's even more negative Celsius. But it's been sunny out the last couple of days, except today it was only sunny this morning, but we actually got more snow a little bit this morning, so. And we're due for another snowstorm this weekend. Like a pretty good storm. So, not as bad as the last one, but we're due for another. Is what it is. Once all your plugins load, it's the same thing. No mod groups because you never tick mod group. Even if you're doing something else besides Lexy's, you never use the mod groups. I see people select them all the time. I'm like, you're going to have a bad time with it. And I believe this is the first time we're loading all of our plugins in SSC Edit. And this is to get the plugin limit down. Like I said, ESMs and ESPs right now, per this version of the guide, are at 240. So we're under the limit, but you want them as low as possible. That's another thing that bogs your game down, is having too many actual like ESM, ESPs. You have all the ESLs in the day up to 4096, but you know, at that point you're just going to start merging, and it's just ridiculous. You don't need that much shit. All right. Guiding light mysticism is invalid. No active sources. Sophia RDO patch. I have to check this now because not load order library. Let me check Quinn's. I don't know why this is showing down here. For Sophia, an unofficial patch, we want it's QW Sophia RDO. Let me see if this. It says it's invalid. It's lower than the unofficial patch. I don't think that's going to matter. We have that. Nothing. Complete alchemy. No, we need. All right, so guard dialogue and RDO. Okay, that's right. So I guess if you see that, you can ignore the mod group error. Highlight all the plugins. So click on any plugin, Control A highlights everything. Right click, you're going to apply script. There's the set ESL. I don't know why I can never find that. Then hit OK. Run the script. It'll do its thing. It'll give you a listing, and it'll say done. Took me 3 seconds. Weather forecast is the same for you? Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, it's... What is it right now? Let me see here. It says 18 degrees, but the real feel is -1. And then what? Sunday, Monday. Hey, Monday we got a heat wave coming. 26 degrees. Tuesday's even better, 28. Actually, all the whole week is going to be great. Until we go Saturday, Sunday, Monday, where it goes back to 19, 14, and then 22 on Monday. At least the days that I work, it's going to be warmer. The days that I'm not working, I could just stay inside. I could literally sit in front of a heater all fucking day. All right. When the script is run, once it's run, hit save and exit. You could do this. Save. Make sure they're all ticked. Those are all the extra files that can be ESLified. Hit OK. Close out. So now we go from, what was it? Yeah, there's really not. Oh. Associated cache, we really don't need that. We went from 240 down to 211. So, even better. Alright, here's a fun one. Your loot rules. Loot rules can be daunting if you're not sure what these are. War Turtle, I believe. No, this is Michael from Gamer Poets. So Michael's got a little video on this. This is 8 years ago. So Lexy kept this in her guide. It may be valid. I've actually never watched it. I may have clicked on it and I may hit like just to give him some engagement for his YouTube algorithm. This is pretty. It can be daunting, but it's also easy if you take it step by step. So we're going to start off by running loot. We haven't done this yet, so make sure you're at the very bottom. I like to say at the very bottom. Run loot. Okay. Before you do anything else, before you go sorting and doing all that stuff, let's do this. Let's pull this over. Go to game, and at the bottom here, it says clear all user metadata. Hit that. And then hit yes. Okay. Now remember, we have our loot groups. Which are not here. Let's go back. I'm going to rerun loot again. See if our groups are here. Our groups are not here. Okay. You guys will get to see me do the loot groups again. Let's see here. Should be in the pre-install, right? Is that our general? Maybe modding tools. Alright, yeah, here it is. Alright. Let's go to edit groups, because apparently if you hit that, that needs to be taken out at the end there, because too many people, are, like myself, are going to do that. I'll just do the groups again real quick. I'm going to start off at the top. Let's do village mods. Add a group. Where do we want this? Left click alternate start. It's village mods. It looks like it's right here. Okay. Group name. Trivial Smelters of Skyrim. We want the village mods to go to Trivial Smelters. Trivial Smelters connects to the follower framework. Okay. Then what do we have? CCOR patches. We want cell encounter zones to CCOR patches. CACO patches connects to that. And then we've got merge patches. So we've got CACO to merge patches. We have OWL. Merge patches to OWL. Connect OWL to cell water. Okay. Then we're going to have ELFX. Cell weather and lighting to ELFX. And we have ELFX shadows. So ELFX to ELFX shadows. Yo! Aquila! Appreciate the biddies. Lexy, welcome in. I have a little something, Lexy. Can you remove this part about clicking on edit metadata from loot, because it removes all your loot groups. I thought I did this last time too, and I guarantee you other users have done this, and this is why everybody's having some issues. The way that the instructions read is that you want them to right-click game before you do the loot rules and hit edit metadata and clear it out. So I'm just redoing my groups just to make sure, because like the spaces for them are here, but they're physically not here. So no harm, no foul. I mean, we got through the merges. I showed them the load order. Yeah, I gave it the finger because it tells you like you're not supposed to have this, but like I know this is optional for lucidity. I like to keep it, but then to show them the right way, I deleted it. I put it in an optional folder, but all right. So what comes after shadows? Lux Orbis. So connect Connect ELF X shadows to Lux Orbis. And then we have Lux Via. Yo. Eminator. Appreciate the follow. Welcome in. Connect Lux Via to Open Cities. Skyrim. What else do we have here? Khajiit Speak. We have our NPC retexture merge. Connect Khajiit Speak to NPC retexture merge. What else is over here? Oh, there's a lot of stuff here. We've got the courier overhauls. Connect NPC retextures to courier overhauls. What's the next one? RS Children. Consistency patches. Conflict resolution. Conflict resolution late loaders. Connect to level list modifiers. And hit save. Oops. Auto arrange. Now save. Now let's close out a loot. Let's do this one more time. Just so we'll see if it looks nice. We'll check our groups first. It should be fine. So game, edit groups. There they are. Okay. It doesn't matter if they're on the upside or the downside of this. But as long as they look like this, you're good to go. Close that out. So I must be misunderstanding the issue with the destructions because they make sense to... well... Where is it in here? It's with the we're doing the rules. So the thing is they're going to see this metadata and hit this. But this is instructions for like what you do. So if you need again, Michael's got a video on this, but we're going to get right in it. So you're going to start with your Creation Club group. These are plugins that go into the group, and then they're going to have load after rules. Most of them are going to have none. Some of them are. You're going to use your filter, right? So filter's right here. So we're going to start with all the unofficial high-def audio patches, right? So here's where it says edit metadata. Once you get to the first one, you just hover over it, right-click, and then you're already on group, so you're going to go up to Creation Club. It's going to be in your Creation Club group. Then you're going to hit save. You're going to do the same thing for this. For 1, same thing. For 2, same thing. For 3, group clear. Same thing for 4. Music HQ is already in Creation Club. I didn't put it there. But it is. Okay. Once those are saved and you don't have any load after rules, you can move on to the next group. So use your filter is going to be your best friend here. So for this one, there's only one. It's Lux via plugin. Right, there it is. Right click, and it's going to be the fixes and resources group right here. No load after rules, so you can just hit save, and you're good to go. Justin, enjoy your lurk, buddy. Welcome in. So this is all early loaders, and there are load after rules for 2 of them. Right? Landscape fixes for grass mods. Right? It's top mod here. Make sure you're on it. Edit. So you double check here to make sure. This is going to be in early loaders. And then you go to the load after. Not for this one. But to give you an example, this is a pretty good one to look at an example for, right? This would, by default, load after some grass mods. Landscape fixes for grass mods loads after every grass mod. Some aren't there, but of course, Verdant, for some reason, Midsummer Stylized is there, and Viscous. All the other ones are not. So, but right now we're just checking the group for landscape. Hit save. Then Majestic Mountains ESP. It's going to be this bottom one here, right? Going to go into the early loaders. Now you can hit load after. And you're going to add a new row right here. Skyrim Remastered. And you want Glaciers and Ice ESP. So once that's in there, hit enter and you can hit save. Now, when you go to do your next one, it's not going to be on the group. It's going to be on the load after rule. So you're going to have to switch back to the group. So this is Vadosprum, right? See how it's on the load after? You want to make sure you go back to the group. Group is going to be early loaders. No load after rules for Vadosprum regions. And then we have no Gracias. So NOG. This is, again, not a low priority override, but it's going to be now an early loader. And this is going to load after your grass mod, Vadosprum. There we go. Which trick is this? Oh, the filter. Oh yeah. Yeah, filter's your best friend here. So here's the idiot check. Yeah, make sure you edit landscape fixes for grass mods, not the water for E and B. Patch landscape fix for grass mods, because that's the second one. Yeah, you don't want this. But that's just there because there are 2 that are kind of similar. Make sure you get the original mod, landscape fixes for grass mods. Excuse me. And then we can move on to low priority. There's only one here. This is the Missives Bigger Trigger Box. All right, this is by Missile Man. So edit. Go back to your group. And it's going to be low priority override. There is no load after rule, so you can hit save. Clear out the filter again. Alternative start groups, which is Alt Perspective GDO patch. Here's a question. Why is there a gate to Sovngarde Edition ESP? And what does that go to? What is that from? Lexi, do you happen to have yours, or is that just something that it's telling me because I've never seen that before? I just did my my load order, so my plugin should be there. That might be the voiced add-on. I'm not sure. Although I thought the voiced add-on was just audio files. I could be wrong. Oh, it is from that. Oh, okay. Awesome. I got a little nervous there. All right. So we want the GDO patch. So you're going to right-click, edit metadata. It's going to go into your alternate start group. Should be up at the... No, not the top. There it is. This does have a load after. So click over to load after. Add your row. Alternate perspective, ESP. Once you do that, you hit save. And let's go on to our so our village mods. Take your time with this. Is one of the larger categories. Take your time with this. Hey James, welcome. So we're going to start off with the great city of Dragonbridge. You got to be accurate with these, otherwise they don't show up. Loot is terrible about having like one spelling error, but if you put like the first three in, it may bring up the file for you. So I do this, Dragonbridge ESP. It's going to be the first mod here. Go back to the group. Is there a load after? Go back to your group. This is going to be village mods group. So right there. Great city of Dragonbridge. Interesting. USSEP patch. Same thing. Village mods. Only do a load after rule when it tells you to. Otherwise, it's none. And you're good to save after you place it into a group. Now, Great Town of Iverstead. Same thing. Group. Village mods. Now, no the, but this is Great Town of Iverstead. And then you got a bunch of these. So the first one's the Interesting NPCs patch. To your village mods. Save. Then CACO patch. Then CFTO, tweaked animated. Then Skyrim unique treasures patch. What else do we have here? Legacy of the Dragonborn patch, sure. Village mods, yep. What do we have? Embers. Embers XD patch, yep. Village mods. Immersive Citizens patch. And keep it clean. Same thing. Village mods. Also, I'm scrolling pretty quickly on the group because I've done it a lot. Make sure you take your time. You don't want to place them in a wrong group or you're going to bork your game. Great Town of Iverstead, SFCO, Snazzy Patch. Okay, I think that's all for Great Town. Back to the great city of Morthal. What I recommend doing sometimes is when you do one, just put it up so you can't read it anymore. Get to one where you can read it legibly. The great city of Morthal plugin. Right there. Village mods. Yep. Great city of Morthal. CFTO patch right here. Same thing. Village mods. Yep. This is what? Finding Helgi? TG COM finding How patch, yep. Goes into your village mods. Save it. Great city of Rorikstead. Right there. Top file. Group. Village mods. Save. Okay. What do we have? The great town of Shorestone. Right there. Village mods. Save. Now, Great Town. Shorestone. Great Town. See, it takes it's got to be very specific. Great Town of Shorestone 3D NPC patch. Yep. Default. You want village mods. Now the next one. Great Town of Shorestone Enhanced ESP has a load after rule as well. So first you do the group. Go to your village mods. Don't save it yet. I mean, you could save it here. It's not going to do anything. So if you really want to be sure, save it here and then save it again on the load after. But it saves once for everything you do. So on the load after, you're going to add a new line here. And it's going to be Great Village Shores Stone Abandoned Castle ESP. Once you have that in there, save it. And this one's good. What do we have now? Same plugin you just had. Great Village Shorestone Abandoned Castle has to also be in your Village Mods group. It does not have a load after rule. Be careful with these two. So I've been debating if it's worth breaking up the Village Mods group into individual cities. To be honest, Lexy, that's not a bad idea. I think, and I even told them this at the beginning, I said this is probably like one of the more daunting ones because it's a lot. Plus you can scroll. Whereas like these are broken up. These are real easy. You're not scrolling a whole page. So if it makes it easier for everybody to install this one in particular, yeah, that's great. I mean, you're not doing any more work. I mean, you're doing more work, but the user's not doing any more except for, well, now they've only got a couple for, like, I think Iverstead is the largest one here. But yeah, the rest of them are fine. Let me just make sure that this, I think I put this in the right? Yeah, it's in Village Mods, okay. So what do we add to? The Great Town of Shorestone Embers. Embers XD, the XD ESP patch. So it's this bottom one here. You can always double check because this is the one that's going to pop up above. If it says anything different, you could just cancel right out and find the right one. So this is how you double check this. So we're going to put this one also into our Village Mods, right? Make sure there's no load after rules and save it. What do we have? The Unique Treasures patch, SUT, S-U-T. Great Town of Shorestone. Put this back into your village mods. Yep. Save. USSEP patch, same thing. Village mods, save. And we could finally filter out that. We are right here, so this is, what is this? TGTSS. The Great Town of Shorestone. Embers XD no fire. Okay. Village mods, make a save, yep. Great Town of Shorestone. SFCO, so it's this top one here. Again, village mods. Now we're getting close to another one. This is the second to last one, so. Okay, let me filter this out. Landscape for grass mods. TGC Morthal patch and TGC Rorikstead. So I do them as it's presented here, since these are the two. I'm going to start on Morthal. Group. It's going to be village mods. Save. And now we're going to go right to Rorikstead right above it because it's the next one. Same thing. Village mods. Save. And what do we have? Landscape for grass mods. The Great Town of Iverstead patch. Right here. Village mods. Save. I'll have to think since I'm overhauling cities for the next round of updates. Yeah, especially if the cities are going to have a little bit more. Yeah, I definitely would. Okay. Finding Helgi. This is pretty easy. You can see how I do the filter finding. I don't type the whole thing out. Just enough so that once you see this start to drop, you should be able to find these names. I always like to have one, maybe two or three, unless there's a bunch like, you know, the Shorestone, the Iverstead stuff. This one has a load after rule. So again, we're going to put this into the group first. We're going to go village mods. And this is going to load after. Make sure it's a new one. Landscape for grass mods. TGC. And this is the Morthal patch. Right there. Make your save. If you're ever confused, just cancel out and do it again. Even if you save something, you can always go in and like delete lines, like finding Helgi. Like, say I messed up. Say I didn't want to like it after this. Well, you just hit delete row, and then resave it. You know, but then of course you know you got to do it again. So yeah, obviously it's not there. So let me add the new row, and then just like that. As long as you're taking your time with this, you should be good. And then the grammar fixes. So finding Helgi and Laylet, grammar fixes mod. Go back to your group. Village mods, there's no load after for that. Okay. And you can now move on to your trivial smelters is real easy. Because once you type in trivial, they're all there. They're all in this group. There is no load after rule, so I think the guide is set up the same way I used to do it. I just started Falkreath. Make sure you're on group. Find trivial smelters. So we did Falkreath. There's Morthal, 3D NPCs. Here is Riften. Here's Riverwood. And here is Solitude. There's Solitude. Save. Awesome. CCOR patches. So the Bandolier patch fixes. There should be a CCOR patches. There's no load after for this one as well, so. CCOR campfire patch. CCOR J Swords patch, ESP, same thing. CCOR Ordinator, ESP. Make sure it's CCOR, not CACO. These are both capitalized in the instructions. So yeah, make sure it is CCOR. Then we have Dr. Bandolier, so this is the Bandolier CCOR patch, not the main file. So again, group. CCOR patches. Save. Skyrim Immersive Creatures CCOR patch. Same thing. Save. So this is the Amulets of Skyrim CCOR patch, not the main file. Since there are no load after rules, you're good. You can move on to your one and only CACO patch, which is Skyrim Immersive Creatures SE patch. Make sure it's the CACO patches group. And save. Okay. Now we're on to the merge group, so that's animals merged. Right. Merge patches. No load after for animals merged. And then weapons. Armors merged. Same thing. We want the merge. Merge patches. Okay. Owl group. Open World Loot ESP. Default. This is going to go to Owl. Save. Okay. ELFX group, same thing. Enhanced lights and effects plugin. Don't worry about the like if you get warnings or errors, this is part of the guide. So we're going to go to group. This is going to be ELFX group, not the Shadows. Shadows is coming up next. All right, ELFX Shadows ESP, same thing. No load after rules, so you're good. Lux Orbis ESP. Right there. This is going to be in the Lux Orbis group. There it is. No load after. Lux Orbis. Great City of Dragon Bridge, no light. Make sure you pick no light because these are almost identical. So we want this in the Lux Orbis group. Right there. Save. And Lux Via, which does have one, but it also has a load after rule, so it's Solitude Docks patch. This is going to be in the Lux Via category. Then you go to your load after, and this is going to load after the Lux Via plugin. ESP. Just like that. Save. Okay. NPC retexture group. So we have the NPC retexture merge. Go back to your group, and this is going to be in, let's see where mine is, NPC retexture merge. There's no load after for this one. However, the next two have one. The BMP skin fix, which is from the female skin mod. Right, first is your group. The NPC retexture merge, and it's going to load after the retexture merge itself. Both of these are. The legacy visual overhaul. Back to your group. NPC retexture merge, add your new row, retexture merge. Now we're on to our courier overhauls. So WI Courier Radiant ESP group. Courier overhauls. Save. Courier crew re-outfitted, which is right here. Save. And then courier crew, which is right above it. Dapper Deliveries, Courier Overhaul, ESP. This is Courier Overhauls, and it has the load after. Courier Crew, the main file, not re-outfitted. When you're done, you can hit Save. And go to RS Children. RS Children seems like it has a larger group than what I remember. So again, just like the one of the great city mods, just take your time with it. Start with Books of Skyrim. The RS Children patch, top one. So go back to your group, and this is going to be RS Children. There is no load after until later. The consistency patch. And then we've got the Great Town of Shorestone RS Children. ETAC, we have Carthwayston RSC and Kynesgrove RSC. So start with Carthwayston RSC, which is right here on the bottom. Group is going to be RS Children. Then Kynesgrove is right above it. Same thing. Edit. RS Children. Save. Then you have RSC 3D NPC patch. And then you have the RSC Felskar patch, same thing. You got RSC Forgotten City patch, same thing. You have the RSC HR, which I forget what that stands for, patch, same thing. Save. RSC Moon and Star. Same thing. Save. RSC WT patch. Same thing. Save. We have RS Children. Now to note, there's no spaces between these. Like, they have to be verbatim. Solitude Docs ESP. We have RS Children itself, ESP, which is right up here. And the next one is the one that has a load after rule. So it's RS Children underscore WACCF patch right here. So do RS Children, then go to load after, add your row, highlight it. And it's going to be RS Children ESP, the main file right there. Then hit save. And we have two more for this category. Darkwater Crossing RSC patch. So go back to your group. This is going to be RS Children. There is no load after for this. And same thing, the Dawnstar RSC. Now you can't left click to highlight this, so you just have to have your mouse on these. So this is going to be RS Children. Beautiful. What's up, Worksteak? Welcome in. Welcome in. And consistency, conflict, and then the late loaders. So for consistency, Lexy's legacy consistency patch is merged. This is going to be, let's find consistency right here. Shipping crates consistency patch. Most of these, actually all of these say consistency. That's how you know. We have miscellaneous merge. Consistency patch. So we have the nude consistency patch. It's for the underwear distribution of the game. SFCO, snazzy consistency patch, same thing. Right there. Save. Vanilla Armors and TMB Vanilla Armors and Clothes consistency patch. Same thing. Twilight Princess Armor consistency patch. Again, double check with the one above so you know that you have the right one. And the last file here is Zim's Immersive artifacts, consistency patch. There are no load afters in that. Once you do that, you're good to go to your conflict resolution, starting with the courier overhauls. Conflict res. Again, there's no load after with this, so you can just find that category. Make sure it's conflict res, not late loaders. Lexy's Legacy SE conflict res. Then you have your city stuff, so Winterhold City. Then you have Windhelm City. These are pretty easy to do. Then you have Solstheim City. Because there's only one of each of these. And we have Dawnstar City. Markarth City conflict res. We have minor towns. Minor town and city overhauls. Conflict res. Morthal city overhauls. Conflict res. Same thing. Find the conflict res group. We have Riften. Riften city overhauls. Conflict resolution. Let's have to Riften Solitude. And finally, Whiterun. Whiterun city overhauls, conflict resolution. Bam! Time for a movie night. What are you watching? Smell you later. All right then. I smell fantastic today, by the way. So there you go. Information you needed to know. So I'm learning what I can and cannot add to this list, often painfully. I almost broke it last week, but thankfully kept a complete backup of a mod folder and game folder. Mission Impossible 4 Ghost Protocol. Nice. Enjoy. Your list is Fallout 4, Silver, right? Didn't Fallout 4 get borked with its, like, because Bethesda introduced the Fallout 4 anniversary version? I think after the Skyrim AE updates and the Oblivion updates, modders kind of just threw in the towel and said, fuck this, I'm going home. You could add a lot to this. On the Discord, there's a whole off guide. Actually, there's 2 off guide channels. Off guide modifications. There's Sora's guided off guide, which if you check, the pins, there's like a ton of stuff here, and probably in threads as well. Oh, he doesn't have any threads. He's got them linked somewhere, and then the off guide stuff. Probably the same thing. There's a bunch of pins for stuff you can add. Yeah, you can add a lot to this. On pre-entry. Is that before the update, I'm assuming? I don't know what that means because I don't play Fallout. Alright. Late loaders for the conflict res. So there's 2 here, and one of them does have a load after rule. So start with the first one, which is ELFX conflict resolution. Again, in groups, this is going to be conflict res late loaders. Make sure you get this. There's no load after rule, so save it. And then Lux conflict resolution. Same thing, default. This is the late loader, and you have to load this one after the ELFX conflict resolution. Just like that. Now, this is a whole different section here. These are just load after loot rules. These plugins need to stay in whatever category they're in. All you're doing is adding like load after rules for them. So softly obscuring snowfall, no dirty ruined snow. When I filter for this, I'm going to leave this in whatever group it's in. I'm only going to make it load after Delizio's mesh fixes. That's it. You're leading me into temptation. I should be. I lead everybody into temptation. And I am the evil you're not being delivered from. So there you go. They basically do the same as AE, but worse. Oh yeah, it's worse. Well, Fallout was always worse. I hope I offended some people in chat right now. Some Fallout players that are filling out their butthurt report forms as I speak. I mean, you could speak too if you want, but I can't hear you. Now, I have nothing against the game. I just don't like loot and shooters. I know it's an RPG. I know it's an RPG. It's a loot and shoot. It's just like a step above Starfield. To me. Yes, I'm judging you. But my current build crashes about 1 time per 69. That's not that bad. I don't know how often Starfield or Starfield Fallout crashes, but I've gotten my own Skyrim down to where like it doesn't crash. Whether I crash on Lexy's is a different story. There's so much more that goes into this. But there's also a lot that I don't do that gets done here, and vice versa. There's a lot that they don't do that I do. That makes sense. Do? Yeah. Okay. So let's start with this. So we're going to start with softly obscuring. No dirty... Alright, so no dirty ruins, no ESP. It's this one here. So we're not going to worry about the group. If it's in default, leave it in default. We only want load after. So it's going to stay on this. So add your row. Type Delizio's mesh fixes. That's all you want. Alright. When you're done with that, you can move on to the next one. 3D NPC Imperious patch, right? If I go back to the group, again, default. Leave it there. All these are doing is loading after whatever mod here. Imperious Races of Skyrim. Save. We have Amidianborn _ content add-on. See, it's already got some load after, but that's fine. We want this to load after lore weapon expansion, which is right there. And feel free to use your 4-way keys, your directional keys, whatever they're called. They come in super handy. Alright, so AP _ Helgen Reborn. Yeah. Actually, we don't even want to look at the group. Don't even look at the group. Alternate. Perspective. This is... So this is a 2-part. It's going to be the Gate to Sovngarde edition. And there's a comma. Add another row. Type in AP Solstheim fix. This has 2 of them. Don't miss this. Several mods do this. So when you go back to AP Helgen Reborn and you edit, you want to see these 2 new ones you just added, okay? That's what the comma's for. Some of them, there was another one that had 3. It may be gone now, or it may be changed. It might be in a different group, but... So at your own pace, this is the Thane overhaul down here. Right? This is going to load after Roll Rim. Economy, not the encounter zone. Make sure you have the right one. Then we have Atlas, map markers, conflict resolution, load after ACMOS Worm's Tooth. Save. Hey, Hapo, welcome. Welcome in. Have you been here long, or did I miss saying hi to you? I hope not. Welcome in. All right, blended roads fixes. Down here. Loads after. Guess what? Blended roads. Why it doesn't automatically do that? I have no idea. Diverse Dragons collection. Loading after Deadly. I also do this in my own setup because it doesn't do this by default. Diverse really should load after Deadly. Deadly's going to handle a lot of the dragon toughness. You can adjust it in the MCM, but you want diverse to override it. I believe they're both in BSA format, so you want diverse to load afterwards. And I believe we're going to do the same thing with like the Splendor variant add-on later on. So for Diverse Dragons Collection edit, Deadly D, Deadly Dragons. Yep. Save. We got Draugr upgrades. Upgrades and improvement. Edit. Load after. Skyrim revamped. Another thing. Make sure this doesn't just apply to Lexy's, but if you're doing it for your own, her load after rules for some of these, not all of these, can be applied as well. So revamped the complete enemy overhaul ESP. Make sure you save that. You're lurking, but sick as a skunk. That's not good. But problems at least surface every time I touch anything. I mean, there's a couple ways. Don't touch anything. And I mean, if you can't, you can always cut your fingers off. Metaphorically speaking, of course. Oh boy, I'm going to hell. Alright, ETAC Kynesgrove. Kynesgrove ESP. What are we loading this after? Immersive Citizens. AI overhaul. Cool. Forceful Tongue. Forceful Tongue's another one that has 2. So it's going to load after Deadly Dragons. And is this Disparity? Yep. Deadly Dragons and Disparity. Save. So I could say it's someone else, as I don't feel my hands anymore. Ah, well, you could. I mean, you could. Thieves Guild. This is the legacy patch right here. Load after. Um, Dragonborn Museum Thieves Guild requirements patch. I think that's what that is. High Poly Project, my fixes. The chopping blocks for campfire patch. Load this after. Firewood, snow, campfire, just like that. Hunters, not bandits. Load this one. Ah, there we go. We're after immersive citizens. Save. Immersive sounds, enhanced blood patch. What's after? The audio overhaul Skyrim enhanced blood textures patch. That's a crucial one, otherwise you'll have crash issues. JK's Solitude Outskirts. We got after ELOS Oaks Autumnal Colors. This is a new one, I think. I don't remember this one before. Okay. And then we've got the Solitude. Oh. Yeah, JK's. Solitude Outskirts Immersive Citizens patch. The main one. Loading after. Landscape for grass mods. Immersive Citizens patch. This one does not have a space after the hyphen. So if you can't find it, that's why. This one could be a little tricky. We've got Live Amulets Scripted for Rin's ESP. This has a few too. So Rin Standing Stones. Legacy patch. Add another line. Amulets of Skyrim patch for Rins. Oh, just those two. Okay. Good. Missives. Carriage and ferry travel overhaul patch. Right after CFTO. That one's pretty easy. What's up, O'Malley? Welcome in, buddy. Yeah, do it. I mean, Lexy's is fantastic. It just, you know, like I said, when you're doing it for the first time, or even the first probably 5 times, just take your time with it. I've installed this more times than I'd like to admit over the years, and probably since 2019. I've gone back and forth between this and you know, my own setup. I've done some Requiem. I, of course, played a few other games in the interim, but not very long. So. So, Missive experience patch. Yeah, that one throws me off. Let's see. This one goes under bounties redone _ missive extension ESP. This top file here. Save. That one's a little tricky. What else do we have here? List of experience. Moonpath music. Weather and other fixes. ESP, not the hyena replacer. JR Moonpath to elsewhere patch. Yep. Save that. We have Moonpath, Blacksmith Forge Water Fix. Lucian Moonpath patch. Make sure you have the right Lucian mod. Okay. Navigator. Nav fixes ESL. Can load after. The unofficial patch. No, the unofficial Skyrim modders patch. Good thing I double checked. Which will load under the unofficial patch itself. OG Splendor. This is from Splendor Dragon variants. After diverse dragons. See, I knew that was coming later. Perks of Valhalla block only. One of my favorite add-ons to this entire thing. Makes the block tree freaking amazing. This has to load after Ordinator, right? Yep. Perks of Skyrim. And then Roll Rim. Economy. Oops. We just need the one row. Roll Rim is loading after complete crafting overhaul remastered. Yep, right there. Rin's Snazzy Last Vigil. Ebony Warrior overhaul. This is going to load after revamped, releveled ESP. Simple horse tweaks. You are going to load after simplest horses. ESP. Slightly faster walking speed. Fantastic mod, by the way. If you want to match your walk speed with everyone else in the game, that's the mod. There's a bunch of them that claim to do it. None of them actually do. This one does. This one's going after Wildcat. Combat, not the quest and spell. So the main file. Then we have the Solitude Dome paintings. Extravagant Blue Palace. Yep. Save. Thaumaturgy. This is going to be after weapons, armor, clothing, clutter fixes. Not the merge. The unofficial Skyrim modders patch. Loads after UOSCESL. Save. Windhelm Docks Pathways SE ESP, the last one. Loading after Immersive Citizens. Save. You have just done your loot rules. I am going to take a break because I'm at 318 and that was daunting for me. Let me just run loot first, then I'm going to take a break. Yeah, take another deep breath. You're now ready to actually sort your load order. Yeah, before you do any of your sorting, you need to do that. So let me just look at my groups again. This is the way they're supposed to be. Okay. Well, let's sort plugins. I'm going to pull this over. And it's going to go do its thing. Let it sort. It's going to take its sweet freaking time. I'm doing pretty good today, O'Malley. Having a pretty good day. I was actually quicker than I thought. Apply your sorted order. Should be the only time you do it. We have one error, but it's because it's part of the guide, so you can let it go. So make sure you've applied your load order changes, not just sorted them. So you apply your changes, your plugins have not been sorted. We did apply. So loot may show a number of warning messages which may be related to SKSE version mismatches, blah, 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 blah. Ignore these loot warnings. We're using loot to sort. We don't give a shit about the warnings because everything has been patched. There are conflict resolutions here. There are consistency patches that we've diligently gone through, right? However, the process sort the mods to be loaded in the order recommended by Loot Master List along with the necessary adjustments. This doesn't handle the order the plugins themselves require. To fix this, we need to do a small adjustment in Xedit. So we've got the set, I don't know why I have the set ESL. Jesus. No, I didn't mean to launch the, close that. We want set ESL. I'm going to remove that shortcut. But we want SSC edit. See how they get confusing when I only put one up there? Alright. Yeah, load Xedit. Select all plugins, which they should be automatically selected, but if you want to right click and select all, go for it. O'Malley, what have you been up to lately? When you're on early in the morning, I'm usually waking up, so I usually kind of just come in and lurk and hang out. I think, yeah, there's like a 6-hour difference between us. But I'm usually up early anyway, so I tend to pop in and hang out in the background. So basically, we're going to sort the masters in a second. Once all this loads, you're going to get your mod groups. A little pop-up that happens. You're just going to hit OK there. Then you're going to select every plugin. All right, here's mod groups. Hit OK. Okay. Control A selects everything. Right? Actually, you don't even need to do that. Right-click on any plug. Here, hold on. So right-click on any plugin here. Doesn't matter what it is. Sort masters to match current load order down here. Done sorting masters. Pretty easy. Click the X in the upper hand. Uncheck backup plugins. If you have it, if it doesn't show up, don't worry about it. Click OK to exit SSC edit. We're probably going to have some edit cache. I'm going to leave this here for right now. Now I'm going to take my break. So let me just pull this up. Let me pull up MO2. Yeah, we're almost the 3.5 hour mark, guys. I'm gonna get up. I need to grab something to drink because this coffee is cold at this point. I've had it since early this morning. Feel free to do the same, stretch, grab some water, etc. I'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, guys. Ad should be over at this point. What's up, Daisy? Welcome in. Let's see, where are we at here? We sorted the masters via SSC edit. All right. So innies for E and B. Okay, I remember what this is. Let's see here. This mod has its own custom weather for innies, and this corrects things. Okay. So we're going to manually download the innies for E and B and extract the contents inside the E and B series folder. Okay. I like to do this. I'm going to put it right here. I'm going to extract it here. However, we are going to follow the guide. So go to your game folder. The E and B series folder is right here. What is inside of here? Extract the contents of innies. All right, so it's going to be these files here. There are instructions. You can keep them here. Paste them in. Okay, we have a little bit of editing to do. Let's minimize MO2. While we're in the series folder. Okay. I'm ahead of my stuff here. Locate Moonpath Music. It's up a little bit higher, isn't it? Moonpath Music, Weather, and Other Fixes ESP. And this is very specific. There's a master plugin, I believe, for Moonpath. But you want this one here. What it says, it says make a note of the mod index. It starts with FE. You could ignore the FE. It's going to be the next 3 digits afterwards. So for me, it's FE. Mine's 040. Okay. So what we're going to do here is locate the underscore weather list any. That's this right here. There should only be one. You can open this. I recommend Notepad++. Okay. So where it says weather 90, these are all numbered. Okay, so if you were to like scroll down, you'll see like weather 86, 89, but these are different, right? 79. If you want to do a filter search, you can absolutely do that. So let's just say I'm here. Control F. Let's get that out of here. We have what? Brackets? Weather 090. Sure. And there's 90. Right. Not too far after this. So weather 90. So file name equals, it's going to be copy that. Control V. So you've got Moonpath Clear Any, and then there's your weather IDs. Right. So for weather 91, which is also right underneath that, file name, you're going to do the same thing. Make sure you get the exclamation point only. Make sure you get up to the B only. And then Control V, make sure there's no spaces, no weird things here. You want this to be just like it is, okay? And then for weather 92, for file name, Copy. And paste. And then weather IDs is 87. Okay. Now you're going to replace that triple X on all three of those with the number from your install. So again, mine is 040. I like to do it this way first because it's a little bit easier. So start with 90, go back 3, right? Delete these 3. 040. Yours is going to be different. Yours isn't going to be what mine is. That's simple. File and save. So again, to reiterate this, it is the Moonpath Music, comma, weather and other fixes, ESP. You're going to ignore the FE, but it's going to be the 3 digits afterwards. Mine happens to be 040. So if you're watching this on YouTube at some point in the future, and this has changed and this particular plugin is at a different location, you're going to use whatever 3 digits you have. Like maybe it's up here, yours is going to say 03D, or maybe it'll be down here and say 047, 051, etc., etc. Okay? Follow what the guide says. If this isn't in the guide, you're all good. You don't have anything to worry about. Save and exit the weather list ini, which I think file, and we just did. We can close that out. And we can close out that. We don't need that. All right. Let's go down here. Nemesis, which is going to be hopefully replaced with Pandora on the next update. I tried Pandora. I used on my own personal list this last time when I was playing my Argonian, and it's just so much better. There's nothing wrong with Nemesis, but Pandora does what Nemesis does, but quicker, more efficiently, and it's less confusing to use. Nemesis is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's still viable to use, but Pandora is probably going to be the way forward for everybody. So highly recommend it. All right. You have your note. Make sure that NetFramework version 3.5 is installed. If you don't have a copy, I believe this is a direct link to the download. So there it is. I have it already, so I'm not installing it. I've already got Microsoft NetFramework 3.5. Who else popped in there? What's up, Neon? Welcome. So basically what you're going to do with Nemesis is it says to open up and locate your mods folder. I have an easier way of doing that. You're just going to create an empty mod here. It's going to be called the Nemesis output, which is exactly what the guide has. Because once you activate it, and if you were to go into your mods folder, right, you should have a Nemesis output file. There's nothing in it, just some meta ini. But that's the same thing. See how there's no anything in here except for your meta ini? Right. So this is much easier for me. So I'm going to teach it to you this way. Make sure you read the way the guide tells you to do it. It's going to take you a little bit longer, but they both achieve the same thing. Right? So we are going to, because we have Nemesis up here as an executable, do we? Yeah, Nemesis Unlimited. Why is this here? Let's put that there. Apply. We want to see where it says create files in mod instead of overwrite, so you don't chuck stuff. So you're just going to go Nemesis output, and it should give you this. And you're going to hit apply, and that should save it. Then you close the window. Now you're going to run Nemesis. So you could do it from up here. I have it up there. You could do it from obviously your drop down. This is the way the guide wants you to do it. So I have everything on the shortcuts up here, so I'm going to do this. When you get this warning, you could ignore this. This does this twice. I should get a second one. There it is. Failed to read language cache file. Yeah, just ignore that. Okay. Now, there's a few things that need to be ticked according to the guide. So we have archery gameplay overhaul, ticket. Extra drawing animations, ticket. And then the true directional movement mods, all three of them, 1, 2, 3. That's 360 horse archery, the procedural leaning, and head tracking, as you see here. Then you want the animation teleport bug fix, tick that. And that's it. Click the update engine, yep. Pandora only recognizes what you have installed plus what Pandora gives you. So you don't have like a ton of these options to choose from. It'll just auto-select everything that it recognizes from Mod Organizer, which is beautiful. Then you've got a little checkbox which would be like up here that, see how these boxes here, it ticks and unticks them instantly. So you could literally just untick and tick in case any of them aren't, and it auto ticks all the stuff you've got installed. Then you only hit one like run button and it literally takes you, like, watch this, ready? Because now we're going to launch the Nemesis behavior engine. Pandora would have been done 4 times by now. 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times, 11 times, 12 times, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, it does it at 0.03 seconds. 0.05, half a second. If you have a lot of shit. It does not take long to run. This took 20 seconds. Not that this is long, because 4s was a pain in the ass, but you see how they've progressively gotten better. The other nice thing about Pandora is that the Finis ESP that you see here comes from the installation of the Pandora mod itself. Like when we installed Nemesis, we didn't get a Finis ESP. This gets generated with your output, right? So now that we can close this, right? If I scroll down to here, well, there's a dummy Finis plugin. If I, refresh my output, well, this still needs to be ticked. When you install Pandora, you already get this as part of the main thing, so you never have to worry about this. This is already installed in your plugins. I'm a dwarf. Part 5 isn't hidden. It's not uploaded. I know, I already told Lexy about it. Yeah, it's not on my... for some reason... because I uploaded it 2 days ago. It's uploading now. There was another part 5 here that just said pending. So this is uploading. For some reason it's pending. I don't know why. So we just have to wait. I started the upload earlier this afternoon, so it'll probably take, most of today. Welcome in, Dwarf. Yeah, I had no idea. Usually I upload right after I'm done from Twitch. But if I had to upload like multiple files, some of them hang in the balance. YouTube sucks for uploading. It takes forever. I've got a pretty beast of a PC, so I'm limited by their side of it. So when it gets there, I'll throw it in the thing, or I'll just leave it there and I'll let you guys watch it. All right. Nemesis is done. Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. Well, I'm happy everybody decided to come hang out too. Like, I know these lives, they are pretty daunting. It seems to be like the word that I'm using these days. But when they get uploaded too, like, I don't do any, because I don't really care about my YouTube. My YouTube is literally for archiving whatever I do on Twitch, because I've got a ton of playlists going back to when I was actually streaming on Twitch, right? Oh, I decided not to, yeah, Tainted Grail. We'll go back to that. Yeah, I've got a ton of play. I have like almost 1,500 videos. Um, so it goes back to like literally everything I've done. Look at there's 104 rows here. I don't know how many playlists. It's the last page. Yeah, back in August 26th of 2020. So I've obviously been on the platform longer, but this is just my content. If you go to playlists, this is. Oh, I guess I did do the Take to Gray. Yeah, there's 4 videos here. Okay. But you can see this is sort of like. I think this was the last Lexy playthrough, which was last year. It was like 8 months ago or some shit. The Woodland Man. This guy was cool. He was a staff and shield mage. He wore robes. His only offense was a staff and shield. That was it. He could use other spells, but his damage came from his staff and shield for blocking. That's the only armor he had, and he became like a beast, an absolute beast. I'm on my 3rd install of the guide and have always seen. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm over on Twitch. I I used to stream every day, up until recently, when like real life decided to become actually decent for me. So I've been less at my computer and more living life just in general and enjoying it. I still stream like 3 or 4 times a week, which is a lot more than most people do, like a 1 or 2 a week, and that's it. But yeah, no, I was doing it every day for like, I don't know, like when COVID started, I think we were doing like almost every day, and like for 10 plus hours a day. So I don't know. I put a lot of time in. Well, I have a lot of time in Skyrim in general. All right, Nemesis. Here's the test. Okay, good. We're at this part. Beautiful. Let me calm the music down here. We're doing a quick test. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up Lexy's on my phone because I still want to be able to check where she needs to go, and I don't want to be alt-tabbing out if I don't have to. So give me 1 second to find this. These are loot rules. We did that. We did Nemesis. We ran Nemesis. All right, a quick test. So let's go over the instructions first. These things should be at the bottom here. You're going to deactivate. This is just to make sure that everything's running. The first thing I like to do before I even do this is you always want to be on your priority tabs. There are 2 of them, one in the left pane, one in the right pane. Priority is your load order, okay, for your assets, and mod install for your plugins. If you click to mod index, this will pull up any unticked plugins that you may have, and they will always show above Skyrim ESM. I just like to do that. Since there's nothing there, we know we're good. Perfect. Now, a clear map of Skyrim ESP right here. We're deactivating this. We're not deactivating the mod over here, just the plugins. Okay. Then Falscar, Worm's Tooth, the Atlas map markers, conflict resolution, and the world space transition tweaks, which is right here. Okay. Those are new for me because on the last time I played the guide, it was only these 3. So what we're going to do is we're going to launch from the script extender. You feel free to do it from the run. I have these things on a shortcut for a reason. So if you feel like I've seen like Wabbajack lists where this thing's filled right up to your toolbar here. So we're going to run it, and then these locations, you're going to type these locations each individually into the console once your game loads. Now remember, our shader cache has to also load. So it's the first time I load this, it's going to take longer than like as if I was to go into the game normally. And that's the way that it is. So we're going to load this. We're going to let the game load. This is where a lot of people run into their crash issues. This also is a good stress test of your system to see how your system handles certain things. So ENB is compiling shaders. We're just going to sit back, let it do its thing, and wait. And now we play the waiting game. So there's a few locations here. What are they? They have 6 of them. So Azurus statue, the Shrine of Mehrunes Dagon, Temple of Dibella, Temple of Meridia, Shrine of Talos, and the College of Winterhold. Okay. As you read there, it says, if Skyrim crashes, something has gone wrong. If Skyrim doesn't crash, reactivate the following plugins when you're done, and then you're good to go. If you get a main menu crash, it's typically because of missing masters, or you've not extracted an LEBSA. You also could get something like an infinite loading screen by trying to load in, etc. So I'm just reading off the guide. If you guys are following along, you guys have Lexys open to the same section that I'm at. So I'm just going to wait for Boris to get on with it. Doesn't seem like it is. But yeah, the first time you load it, it's going to take a while. He also updated, I think, what are we on, version 504 of the ENB binaries? Something like that. It's amazing to see, like, I ran ENB on my own setup, and the game loaded, like, almost instantly. And we were, like, what, maybe 200 mods less than what Lexy has. Definitely less plugins. I still never saw the appeal for, like, having all them plugins. I understand, like, the merging gets rid of a lot, and, you know, trying to make it under the plugin count. I've never come close on my own stuff, and you know, I'm almost at my refresh rate of my monitor of 144 for most of the game with an ENB. So, well, now I'm curious because this is the longest it's ever taken. Wait, I know you. Well, let's see what the task manager says. Not responding. Oh, there it is. I spoke too soon. I've done that before as well. If you ever see that, wait a second once the task manager comes up. Skyrim is okay. We give it a wait. Should hear the music anytime now. And I am going to make my own main menu. So IED is doing its thing. Open Animation's doing its thing. As you can see, loading animations. What does that say? 2938? We're going to ignore that for now. Okay. So you're on the main menu. So you're going to open up the console, and you're going to type COC. I think that stands for Center on Cell. I believe. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. They're going to do a space. Then the first one is Shrine of Azura Exterior. Oh, 01. No spaces, no nothing. Then you're going to hit start, and it should take us to the Shrine of Azura. And then we are going to basically uh, diagnose if there's crashes or anything like that. Now remember, our LOTs are not run. We do have the E&B tutorial, however. Wow. The frame rate is already, I can feel it being weird.
We are children of the twilight.
So,
beings
what I'm going to
who
do
are
here
to be
is
guided from the darkness into the light.
let's go over the loss tutorial here.
Darkness.
Pull this up, right? You're going to go to E&B effects. It's in the middle box under your shader parameters. Technique loss. The loss tutorial screen is right under this, right? So you want to go to 2, right? You want to barely be able to see 1. So
Azura,
your gamma
who led
correction
her
is what's going
children
to fix
away
this.
from the disaster of Vardenfell. You are the prophet that reveals our true future.
So that's at 2, huh? Well, let's leave it at 1.1 for right now. Let's see. So under effect, in left
Azura,
panel,
who led her children away
enable
from the
depth of
disaster
field.
of Vardenfell. You are the prophet.
You don't have to
that
play with depth of
reveals
field
our
on.
true future.
In fact, I actually don't, so I'm going to leave that unticked. I did play with depth of field on my last... actually, let's do this for right now, just for the hell of it. And then effect brightness.
No harm shall
under
come to
E&B
me,
effect.
for I live under Azura's wisdom.
Color brightness,
Her
1,
foresight
1.
protects me.
These are fine for
Her
right now.
insight sustains
You can
me.
see the MCMs registering. So I'm going to hit save, and then we're going to apply these changes. I like to turn the gamma up just a bit because the nights tend to be ridiculously bright. And then we'll just apply. And then we don't have to do the loss tutorial anymore, if you don't want to. Okay, so go back under E&B effect. There's number 4. For the bug report, show weather window. Weather's over here. Any other stuff.
We are children
To turn
of
this
the
off,
twilight,
you simply just put this back
beings who are to be
0.
guided from the darkness into the light, and from the
Then
light
apply your changes.
into darkness.
Well, you're supposed to save it, then apply your changes, but that's usually it. Hey, Tober, welcome.
No harm shall come to me, for I live under Azura's wisdom. Her foresight protects me, her insight sustains me.
Weird. As you can see, there's fart fell. So right now, we're just checking to make sure we don't crash. I'm also checking other things.
No harm shall come to me, for I live under Azura's wisdom.
Our NPC should
Her
look good.
foresight protects me, her insight sustains me.
All right. Next one. Mayrunes 01. Gotta remember, he's only in 2K. Because it's the only option for 2K for him. If the water looks... Oh, we have to take care of the water, too. Let's do that. So if you look at the water out here, see how it's like that pastel blue? Under your water, under your effects, this disable distant reflection. If you tick that, now it's going to apply. See how the water changes? That's the proper water. So you can now save this configuration, and then we'll apply the changes again, and then you won't have that weird looking water. That's a water for E and B thing, by the way, which is why I don't like water for E and B. I never use it anymore. Yo, I heard that. Sienna. Raiders, what's going on? Jakey Bird, welcome in. There's a whole gaggle of you here. Holy fuck. Hey, Sienna, welcome. Said what about water free B? I don't use it on my personal setup. I don't like it. I don't like the way the water looks. I know there's like watercolor and there's different shades for it, but I still prefer realistic water 2. And I did an extensive test on my own list with this. And realistic water 2 outperforms it. It looks better. If you happen to be running the Skyline AIO, there's a watercolor for it if you want, but I don't feel like it needs it. Plus the waves are just way better with that mod. Magi, welcome. Mystic, is that Misha? Welcome. Guys, welcome in. We're actually doing a Legacy of the Dragonborn install for Lexy herself, which is going to be archived on my YouTube channel. So we just finished all our merges. It's a series over on my YouTube. You can go look at it now. Everything was live streamed. Right now we're running through a battery of tests. So after May Runes, what's the next one? The Markarth Temple? Temple of Dibella. We're basically checking right now for crash issues. As you can see, it's with the LFX, it's really, really dark. You could obviously feel free to come in here if you want, but we're not really doing anything with this. So we're literally just here to check stuff out. What's the next one? Kilcreath Ruins exterior. Oh, 03. So this will take us up to Meridia's statue. And I apologize if I'm not checking everybody popping in because I am on... We haven't run our LOTs yet, by the way. Which is why everything in the distance looks like garbage. Looks like doo-doo. But no crash issues. The game would immediately crash upon you entering the cell, so if you get what I get like this, you're fine. Alright, next one. The Markarth. Shrine of Talos. This one crashes occasionally. Only because of the Dwemer mods that I do not care for. We've got 1k embers. Embers don't need more than 1k. They look fantastic. 2k if you really want to. I have a beast of a PC. I could probably go 4k, but I'm not going to. What's the last one? Winterhold. Ooh, that's not it. College, exterior. Ah, there is no 01. Bam. And this is the last one for the test. I didn't like cabbage. I've really never liked cabbage. Cause is fantastic. There is a freeze. So let's see. Let's end the task. We're going to try that one again. We're going to have to load up. We've got the right things off. I've never gotten a freeze there. What was added? Add a cache. We don't need that. We could delete that. Let's keep the other ones in the folder. Let's load back up. me refresh this for you guys. The main file should be 4K neon. That's why there's a 2K variant and a 1K variant. Unless they changed it, yeah. Same as the main download, but textures are half resolution, 2K. This one here should be 4K. This one here is 1K. There's 3 files. Yep. Yeah, you literally don't need anything bigger than 1K for your embers. This file here is more than enough. This is just overkill. This is for, like, I don't even know how you get bragging rights with, like, a 4K embers. Like, it's not a flex. It doesn't do anything. They don't look better. They look the same. They're so small. That's the thing. That's like having a ring and having like an 18K or a 16K ring versus like a 1K ring. You literally can't tell the difference. People will fight me all day. Oh, I can see. No, you fucking can't. Shut the fuck up. You can't tell the difference. Now, if it was a Curus or something like that, like a main robe, yeah, 4K difference. 4K looks different than 2K. But 2K to 1K, not much of a difference. Unless the texture's really shitty quality. So I'm on 2K for that. Yeah, the guide used to use 2K. In fact, I used the main file for a long time until Lexy had like 25 frames outside of Windhelm when she was like looking at the Windhelm docs. And I'm like, did you ever check your Embers file? She was using the full version of it, of course. Let's retype this. Let's see what it does to me. Yeah, no one's eyes are that good. Right. I hear it, James. That was also on the old bridge bot. Yeah, that thing was ridiculous. Yeah, you're right, Nean. The draw calls on that. Well, that's like every JK mod ever. The draw calls are just fucking stupid, but we use them because nobody else has really done anything with it. So let's wait a split second here. It really shouldn't freeze, but I am noticing like significant stutter. Yeah, see here, my own. I don't understand it. Now it's good. Like once it settles in. Ribiana? Arbiana. I'm butchering the pronunciation of that. Appreciate the follow though. Welcome in. Yeah, like I could feel it. It's like doing these little micro stutters that it never used to do. But the college has always been an oddity. So we didn't get an ILS. It didn't crash. Excuse me. And remember, LODs aren't run, and we have several files deactivated. So, and you can see the MCM's trying to do its thing again. So, all right. There was no crash on that. Sometimes it is what it is. Beautiful. Okay. I'm going to reactivate them. Keep them in order. Don't go change them around. We didn't have a main menu crash. We did have that freeze on the college, but that's probably 5. Ward Turtle has another walkthrough for the quick test if you feel like watching it. Again, it won't pick up my YouTube on here, and this is probably dated as well. Yeah, this is, again, 5 years ago. It's valid information if you're a visual learner, but, you know, again, follow the guide. You're going to notice that you've got some SKSE. For now, delete these. We're going to deal with them later. Right. What they used to do is they used to just have you keep these. Same thing with, like, you know, your interface, and we're gonna get all these later. So, for right now, nix them. you're done with loot. You could take it off your favorites. I wouldn't recommend taking it out of your executables. You do want to have it here, but if you have a drop down, you may want to take it off here so you don't accidentally run it, because you're not touching your plugins from here. This is the point where I tell people, don't modify what you've got done. Don't add to it. Definitely don't remove shit. Don't add to it either. We've seen so many people coming in and adding like mid-play after like 400 hours, and they wonder why their game is constantly crashing. It's because you added shit. Like you added like a script-heavy mod to an already script-heavy setup, and you're at like several hundred hours in. Like, it's not good to do first of all, but like especially that long, and then they want their save back. It's like, dude, you done fucked up. What can I tell you? That's modding 101. It's one of the first things they teach you. Don't add or remove. People have no self-control. Okay, we're not updating. Let's see, what section am I on now? Pre-bash delevelers. Fixing Rybash's mistakes before Rybash makes a mistake. Okay, cool. We have a new category, because this was not on the last one that I did. So I'll make a new category there. This is the what? And these are going to stay in order, mind you. So this is the Owl Pre-bash delevelers from Cass. Version 1, optional file. Make sure you change the name, because we do have the other file installed. Nice little foam mod here. You want Legacy, CC Fishing, Heavy Armory, Synergy, and the Heavy Armory, Weapons, Armor, Clothing, Clutter patch. And if you check your plugins, see where it finished, the dummy plugin is just sitting there. You want to make sure it stays there. These are all going to come after this. You do not want to touch. You can actually lock your load order if you're afraid of touching it. Select like everything from here up. You can right click and then lock. Right. I'm not going to do it because I don't need to. Okay. Now we have Rybash. Cool. Also, for people wondering where Rybash goes, put it in your game folder. Right in your game folder. You extract it here. See this? The Mopey folder? This is where I put it every time. There it is. Perfectly safe to do this. It doesn't need to be in a separate folder, although you can do it. But we always used to put it right here in the game folder. It needed to be here for a while. So, of course, it stays there, and it's perfectly acceptable to do so. Mods, and people are like, why do you have a Mopey? Because that's Rybash. Perfectly fine. Alright, same thing as Nemesis. It's probably going to be the same thing as Body Slide. We are going to do a bash patch. So we're going to create an empty mod. You could also go to here. Let's see here. Oh, let's copy that. Rybash. Should be right. Yep. There's your argument. You want to copy that. Make sure you have your drive letter, not my drive letter. So we're going to create a new mod, or an empty mod. Bash patch. Same thing. Once you activate it, You'll see if you... It's only got some meta any in it. That's it. Nothing in there. But you're going to want to go to Rybash again. Same thing. Create files in mod. So there's Bash Patch. Make sure you apply it. Again, hit F5. Close and reopen MO2 if you're on a slower PC, because it's going to hang up on you sometimes. We're basically going to run Rybash now. So mine's up here. Yours is probably going to be in your drop down, but run it from wherever you feel comfortable. So I guess I'll run mine from here now, just for the hell of it. And make sure that the OWL pre-bash delevelers is active in left and the right, which we just installed that, of course. Bash patch will be at the very bottom, unticked. Select on this mod and select rebuild patch, which is right here. If you get notifications, skip them like this, right? Because this is part of the guide. Now, if you're doing your own setup, you might want to pay attention to these before you do it. Lexy's guide, however, has very specific instructions to skip this. Okay. Now, let me pull this down so you guys can see. We're going to match this up. In the options list that appears, ensure that only the following have check marks. Right? So import actors, yes. Import actors AI packages, yes. Import factions, import perks, import spells, import cells. Then we move to import enchantments. So we do not need this or this. No effect stats and no enchantment stats. Then import graphics, import inventory, import keywords, import names, import object bounds. No import outfits, but import races and races spells. Untick import relations. We want import sounds. We want import stats. We do not want import spell stats. So I like to go to the next one and then deactivate the ones that's above it. Just for me, it's easier. Import text, yes. Then tweak assorted. Make sure magic summoning absorption fix is ticked, which it is right here. Tweak assorted. Make sure mark all water as damaging is ticked. It is not. We need to just simply tick it. There it is. Make sure these two are ticked. And then tweak settings and level list. We do not need contents checker or the timescale checker. Level lists. And in level lists, make sure remove empty sublists, which is up top here, is unticked, which it is. You could leave automatic as it sits. Now, you're going to click on this tweak settings because we are going to adjust a few of these. Let me refresh this. Okay. The following settings are recommended, but can be set otherwise if you so choose. So Lexy's giving you some freedom here. However, you can adjust these to what you like, but they must be ticked in tweak settings, right? So max AI max activators, if you right click, they want 40. If your PC can handle more than 40 actors, sure. Like mine can, but there's really no need. Like you're never going to have 40. Like unless you're playing a necromancer and you're fighting another necromancer who happens to also have another army, at which case your PC's probably going to crash on you. Like I don't know how many I've had on screen at one time. I think it was something like, I did a count. It was under 200, but it wasn't by much. Like 188 or something like that. And that's including all other actors. Like NPCs count, enemies count, animals count. uh, fauna counts, so the butterflies and stuff like that. Actor training limit. Training limit. So what this is going to do is, let's go custom. 15 is what the guide calls for. Allowed per level. Normally you can train 5 times per level. With Lexy's, if you have the money, you can train up to 15 times per level. However, with experience, remember that the higher you physically are in level, the more you're going to get that hard lock from the experience mod. So my advice is, if you have the money and you're very low level, train your skills as best you can, or at least spread out your skills at low level. Like I remember I wasn't using like one-handed as a major skill because I think I was using daggers, although I think now they benefit, at least with her setup. But I didn't need it because I was playing a pure assassin. I was really doing it for overkill because I play on legendary difficulty because otherwise the game's way too easy. So then I did some training initially with Amran, and I think my one-handed was something at like maybe 30, and I got to like 44 before it hard locked me. So I got 14 of the 15 levels before the game decided to say, hey, no. As you can see, it changes it over there to 15. Arrow speed, right here. We want 1.4. And then combat max actors. So combat's down here. Max actors is going to be 30. Then we have crime alarm distance. This is going to be custom, so 1200. Then the world time scale, which is all the way at the bottom. Lexy sets hers to 15. I think 15 is perfect. I believe 10 is Requiem. 12 is what I have my personal set to. 15 is really good. 20 is ridiculous. The base game is stupid. So now we're going to go back and ensure that there are check marks next to the following. So, yep. Training limit. Yep. Arrow speed. Yep. Combat disable projectile dodging. Right there. Make sure that's ticked. Then combat max actors. Then we have crime alarm distance. Message cannot equip item fix. I believe this is ticked by default, but make sure it is if it's not on yours. And then the world time scale. And we are good to build patch. So that's it. Hit on build patch. You're going to have bash patch just sit here and kind of do its little thing. That's it. Like, we'll eventually do the bash override. But we're going to wait for Rybash to do its thing. You can see it. It hangs for a little bit. This is an old tool. This is also a mod manager. I mod Oblivion with Rybash. I don't use mod organizer, Vortex, or anything. I don't use Vortex, period. I use Rybash to mod Oblivion. And Skyrim LE, I've modded with Rybash. It's just easier. Easier for me. Although to everybody else, I'd recommend MO2. But I'm so used to go. If I play like regular Oblivion, I won't, because Oblivion Remastered, until that gets like an actual Bethesda update, that game's still fucking borked. Unfortunately, a lot of mods just can't be used that are on Nexus, sadly, because of that 1.2 update we got. So in the interim, let's see. Yeah, I think she's gonna put Pandora in. Hopefully the next update. I would love to see it. Not that, like I said, Nemesis is perfectly fine. I don't want you guys to think that I use Nemesis all the time until I tried Pandora on my personal setup, and it was just so much quicker, a little bit easier. Not easier to install. They install the same way, and it's simplistic to install it. It's just, you're you're adding it as a mod, and then you're adding it as an executable. That's it. You can see Bash Patch starting to do its stuff. Are you talking about for Oblivion Remastered, Neon? They've already said that they're not releasing a creation kit for it. Yeah, that game's not getting any official support for modding. Yeah, I modded it manually. Oh, is it done? Hold on a second. No, it's still going, isn't it? Yeah, I see when it starts doing stuff like that. Let me put this up here so I can read it. I'm looking at it like, all right. Because we're going to get bash overrides the next thing. And I think synthesis is also something else that's going to be leaving the guide because we've all been having issues with it. I don't use synthesis, but I don't need a lot of the extra patching that, say, like Lexy does or like Wabbajack list. Even when I put my own up on Wabbajack, I'm not going to use synthesis. It's, from what they're saying, it's still technically like work in progress. And I know there's updates for it and things like that, but yeah, and you'll see it here if we get to synthesis, which I think is coming up. It could be a nightmare. Like we have like the blocking error command. There we go. Bash patch. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Okay, and activate it. Yes. And is automatically ESL flag to save a load order slot. You are done. See, it doesn't take that. This is one of the longer ones. Doesn't take that long. So let's close it. And I may have to refresh MO2 once it does its thing. But bash override is going to be the next category. Legacy of M, welcome in. What's ass backwards? Is the question. There's your bash patch. New separator. Bash override. So we want Lexy's. Version 2.10 in optional files. Here it is. Lexy's LOTD bash override. Version specific. Say stress. Bash override. Just make sure the name is right. And this is the point where I go from downloads, I check my plugins, because I like seeing everything in order. The lack of a kit for... I mean, that's on Bethesda. They said they weren't giving official modding support. Who is it? Was somebody earlier on? Was it Aquila or somebody mentioned that like Todd had said that Elder Scrolls 6 was going to be an open, not an open world, and it's going to be like ESO. I haven't seen anything from Todd, so I can't comment on that. But that would just be absolute garbage if Elder Scrolls 6 is like ESO. Bullshit is what it's going to be. If it's like ESO and like it's a subscription, or it's I like we know there's going to be monetization. I assumed it was going to be for verified creations, which I'm not going to fucking pay my money for anyway. Um, but if they have it like ESL, I'm done with. It'll end with Skyrim for me. Oh, that was you, Akila? It was a live update. Okay. So this is something that exists that you guys can go check out. Yeah, I'm not gonna. If it is like that, you know, I don't really think it's his call either. I think it's like they want a lot of things online, and Microsoft owns them. You notice I mentioned this the other day. They've gotten progressively worse when somebody's like bought into or purchased them. Like with ZeniMax, it became so much worse with their involvement, right? Like it's God, it's been 8 years since they put the Elder Scrolls 6 teaser out, and then if you watch, I think it was the Epic Nate's video about how they weren't even working on Elder Scrolls 6 at the time of that teaser, and the guy worked there I think until 2023, right after Starfield dropped, then he left. So like it came from his mouth. He was like the number 2 or 3 guy under Todd. Um, Forget his name. You guys probably know his name. I don't. Uh, yeah, they weren't even working on it. So who knows? I have no hope for ES6 at this point. We could sit there and chit chat about like what we want, but like until I see some concrete proof, because that teaser really fucked with everybody. They never should have put that out. Like you're tarnishing your reputation. I think at this point for him, he doesn't care. He's made his money. ZeniMax paid him. Microsoft is paying him now, and he has probably less say and probably less passion. Let's be honest. He's been doing it for so long that he's probably burnt out, and he doesn't even mod, so he has no excuse for burnout. Yeah, if they screw up with the lives, yeah, I'm done. I'll play other stuff. I'll play Skyrim. You know, I'll rotate some other games in. I'll play Skyrim. I'll play Enderall. I've been enjoying Tainted Grail lately. We were gonna get to that the other day, but I kept plugging away at this. Speaking of plugging away, Lexy's Legacy level list over. Oh, Jesus Christ! Level list override. Version 1.05. This is all going to probably be on the same page, but I closed them down and it's going to be this one. Level list override version 1.05. Yes. There it is. Make sure the name is okay. House of Invaluable Patches. As it is. Now remember, you're not touching your load order. Don't look at loot. Don't undress it with your eyes. Don't whisper sweet nothings to it because it will fuck you. Not in the good way. We don't want to touch that. You can lock your load order if you need to. I leave it up there just because, you know, it's a thing. You don't want to remove it from your executables, but like I have mine on a shortcut, so probably remove yours from the shortcut. What do we got? The nav mesh override on the same page. Version 102. Yep. There it is. Nav mesh override right underneath that. Nav mesh override. The nice thing about this and all mods is that you can hit that drop-down box to rename. What's this overriding? Oh, cool. And since I don't have archive parsing on, let me just turn it on to show you all the extra conflicts. You'll see now they're going to be blue lightning bolts for BSAs. So things that we've done like the consistency patches, everything here. You can see all the extra. Look at all this. These are after all our merges. You know, remember these it looks like a black flag note. Just contains hidden files. That's from our MO2 removal tool. The rooks are LE mods. installed and properly converted unless they were mesh and textures that needed to be converted or could be left alone. A heart means that you haven't endorsed it, although you can't actually endorse this mesh fix. I've tried. It doesn't work. Yeah, see error transferring, it won't let you do it. The treasure chest things are the BSA icons. I try and do this, like if I control A and then I go to endorse, this will endorse like everything that it can all at once. It's another way to endorse mods without going to the mod authors page. Although I do recommend you go to their page and, you know, endorse it if you haven't, but you don't want to, you know, do it twice. So, but we're going to turn archive parsing back off because I don't want my mod organizer running like shit. All right, what are we doing here? Synthesis. Oh, great. Wonderful. Lexy, get back in here. Stop watching TV. All right, just like Rybash and just like Nemesis, read your instructions, but follow Daddy Magus. We're going to create an empty mod above. Synthesis output. Make sure you activate it, because if you don't activate it, it won't show up. I'll give another refresh just to be on the safe side. But drop down to your synthesis, create files in mod, and you want your synthesis output. Make sure to hit apply and OK. I am going to refresh yet again. Generating synthesis output. All right, this is going to be fun. Because literally everybody that's come into the Discord has had issues with this. We're basically going to have, it's going to say A synthesis group. You're going to have a B owl synthesis output group. And I believe, are they the only two? There was a third one at one point. And it may be in here. But this has all changed since the last time I did it, so let's just wing it, huh? So make sure you've set up synthesis. Yes, we have. Select synthesis and hit run. I'm going to do everything verbatim. Let's go to the very bottom here, I'm afraid. Run. If you get an access denied blocking error, which we likely will, it's going to be a little red like these right here. See the blocking error? A couple ways to do. Oh, hold on. Shut the front door. Alright, I'm going to show you guys this for the hell of it. Let me go. I don't want to go in the staff room. Let me go into... If you're in the Discord... I'm going to go into guide discussion. Alright. I think she's got this in here, but I'll just pull this up. So if you type in exclamation point blocking error, it will pull up your steps to try and fix synthesis. Okay, let's go back into here. So 1, set to last successful run, which I'm not going to touch because right now it's good. You'd click on Skyrim Special Edition in the top right corner. Once there, click the lock icon so it appears unlocked. That's this. And you would go to latest. Then for each errored one in the versioning, click the match. My bad. So whatever it is, you would set it to match. For both synthesis and mutagen. That's these two. Right? If steps 2 through 4 fails, try deleting the temp. This is probably the number one. Yo. Koof! Yo, welcome back, buddy. 30 months. Much appreciated. Thank you for the resub. Welcome in, my friend. All right, the temp folder. It's going to be in C, users, your name, app data, local. It's going to be synthesis. Since we haven't run it, so you're going to have a synthesis folder. Actually, let me make sure that that's right. I might be wrong about that. Nope. It's going to be under your temp folder. There it is. This persists even if you uninstall your game, right? So if you open this up, you've got like temp runs, version query. I have no idea what this is, but it's something, right? So temp, this whole synthesis folder, you could just right click and delete this. I'm not going to because mine's fine. That is probably the #1 way to start and fix things. Most people have a old synthesis file. So, but let's go back here because we are still running this. Goof, how you been, buddy? So we didn't get any access denied blocking errors. Not yet. We could still get an error. So this has also changed since last time. Once synthesis has finished loading the preloaded patchers under the A synthesis group, which is right here, there is a little run group pipeline button. Press the small arrow. Not this arrow, not this arrow. You want this one that says run group pipeline. Synthesis will now create A_synthesis ESP. And it's going to start patching. So you can watch it and hold your breath because that's what I do. Especially when you get to the... Where is it? Oh, I don't know if it's on this one. The arrow damage scaling. It's coming up. Hold your breath on that one because that one fucking errors out on everybody. Uh-oh. I'm nervous. Nervous! I'm doing pretty good, Goof. No. Ah, good. Okay. Now watch another one do it. We got lucky. We got lucky with synthesis. Is all. I think I've only ever run it one other time where it's been perfect. Knock on wood, because it's gonna mess up somewhere, right? But everybody that's coming to the Discord that's been following along, doing the guide, they've all seemed to have issues with synthesis. So hopefully it goes away. Hopefully Lexy removes it in favor of something else. I wouldn't mind just seeing Rybash and a bunch of consistency patches done by hand, because this can be a nightmare, especially if you're not savvy with modding. Like, you literally are just following the guide because you wished it was on Wabbajack, which it never will be. Well, it was on Wabbajack, so. Alright, finished patching. Let's see. So if you go back, it says completed right here in purple. So it says quit synthesis. Well, we're quitting synthesis. Enable the A synthesis ESP. Well, I should probably refresh, shouldn't I? So that this actually has something in it. But there it is. You have SKSE folder and your A synthesis ESP. That's what it's supposed to look like. Now, I refresh a couple times. You could feel free to close and reopen MO2, especially when you get to the finishing line. If you feel more comfortable closing, because that's a guaranteed refresh of MO2. F5 doesn't always work, right? So we're going to relaunch synthesis again. And cross your fingers that we don't get another blocking error. Those little red, hold on. You got to wait for them to be done. Okay. Once it's finished, under the B OWL synthesis output group right here, there's another little group pipeline run. And it will now create from these. So dead body cleanup NPC attacher and the synthesis open world loot. Okay, this should finish pretty quickly. Completed. Terrific, that's awesome. We can now close out Be sure the load order is right. So yeah, activate that. I'm going to give it another refresh. Let's just see what it did. There's our second plugin. Did it give us anything else? Nope. Just the actual ESP. Cool. Synthesis post-generation. Post-generation of synthesis, Grella the Kind can't be poisoned due to the fact that she has a protected flag added by synthesis. We need to remove this flag. Launch SSE edit. Okay. You're going to load only this. So what you're going to do is right-click, select none. And you want a synthesis ESP. Now it's going to take anything else that it needs, but this is the only thing you want, right? So hit OK. This should load pretty quickly because it's only that one. What else does it have as a master? Oh wow, it does have a bunch. Well, never mind. What do I know? Well, there it is. No mod groups. Okay. Background loader fit. 22 seconds. That's okay. Locate. Here's her form ID. So just copy that. You could find her in here if you wanted to, but I'm gonna paste that in. All right. Where is she? Grella the Kind. Let's see where she is. Is this from Skyrim ESM? Yeah. Let's do that again. It's just so much easier. All right. Let me try and expand this without do it like this. Because there's our retexture merge. You could see her protected. See, she's got her protected status. We don't want that. Under the ACBS config, so I'm not really sure what that stands for. Can we hover over it? Does it tell us? Somebody knows. Protected. She's no longer protected. Cool. I have the feeling I did that wrong. I'm not going to save that. We're going to check this again. Because I was supposed to hit edit and I didn't. Let's reload it. Yeah, when in doubt, it doesn't hurt to do it like that. So select none, select A, load it again. Yeah, this wasn't part of the guide last time, I don't think. And then somebody reported that they weren't able to poison her. But there's her ID. Same thing. Okay. So it says to hit edit. Uncheck protected. Please change the value. Alright, you know what? I'm doing it my way. We're removing her protected status. Just like that. Because there's nothing to uncheck. Alright, we need to make sure Gormlaith Golden Hilt also isn't protected. So repeats... oh, well, I probably shouldn't have did that. That's okay. We could reload. We're learning. Select none. A. Reload. So it looks like Gormlaith has 1, 2, 3. Okay. Cool. Same thing. No to the mod groups when it pops up. And this is the first one. 236. 4236. Gormlaith. Maybe it's over here. Nope. Should be here. She isn't protected. So repeat steps 3 through 5. Essential. Ah. Well, she's not protected. It says she's essential. All right, Lexy, your your instructions are a little odd here. She's not protected. That's the protected status there. She's not ticked. She is essential. Let's untick essential. I just want to check Grelid, just to be sure. Yeah, I know it's going to throw up the head parts. Okay, that should be fine. Let's go to the second one for... This is Gormlaith, right? Yeah, essential. Essential. She's not essential. She's not protected. Okay. What's this? This is the last one here. Not essential. Not protected. Okay. I mean, that looks... We've removed her essential, and she was never protected. So, I don't know... Yeah, we need to make sure Gormlaith Goldenhild isn't protected. She's the one that's fighting the dragon. And eventually gets, you know, chomped on by Alduin. She's the one that dies out of the heroes of Sovngarde. No, don't untick essential. Okay, hold on. So, these are confusing here. Because she's not protected. Let's go back here. Let's do this again. Alright, so she's essential, but yeah, she's not protected. She's not a protected NPC. Because it popped up on mine without that tick box, so... Alright, I'm happy you mentioned that. So we're going to change that. Let's go make... Well, I guess we'll tick essential for these. This one didn't have it. So wait, am I not? See, what you're doing is you're confusing everybody. It's an idiot check to make sure she isn't protected. Okay. Because they're going to be doing the same thing I'm doing. They're going to be like, oh, well, maybe it's essential because she's not protected. And then they're going to come into the Discord and they're going to be like, why isn't she essential? Or why isn't she, she's not protected in mine. All right, so leave this, because she is essential on that first one. The second one I'm going to leave alone. This one here, she absolutely was essential. So this right here. Yeah, she had female essential, auto calculate stats, unique, PC level, molt, and summonable. Okay, so then these other two, just ignore these. Okay. Good. Alright. Save. We didn't get any blocking errors. I put the blocking error in there just to show everybody. Going to a gig. Wow, I can't type. Yeah, I just put that in there to show them the steps for the blocking error. We didn't get one. Okay. So obviously, yeah, if you have the blocking error, that's these 6. Rinse, repeat. Sometimes synthesis takes a few times. That's part of the problem. I got lucky this time. This is probably the second or maybe the third, if I'm maybe the third. So DFIR. One last time. This time with feeling. Ooh, baby. So we're going to run DFIR. Bash patch is created, yes. Synthesis is created. I'm going to close MO2. I'm going to reopen MO2. Because MO2 is sexy. So maybe I'll rework that bit, because mentioned that Gormlaith was flagged as... Did somebody mention that? If they did, they were absolutely wrong. Yeah, she's marked as essential for that first bit, but she was never protected. In fact, let me see here. How do you spell her name? Let me see. Let me go back up here. I'm almost positive. Let's see if we could find her on the UESP. Yeah, so she's essential. She's not protected, but that one is essential. If they were having issues with her dying in that scene, that they did something to their load order. Yeah, she's always died for me. So if it was somebody in the off guide channel, because it should never be somebody in the pure guide, like the guide discussion channel. If Gormlaith doesn't die, they've done something to their load order. No, the issue. Yeah, exactly. No, she's supposed to die. So if she doesn't die, like if she drops down to one knee and she keeps doing that thing, then somebody's done something to their load order. Because yeah, Alduin's supposed to chomp her. So was this in the previous version of Synthesis? Because she's not protected now. So then, yeah, if that's the case, then this is just a holdover from an old version. You could probably just remove this, but you know, for Grella, that's fine. Yeah, you could probably remove that whole thing. Oh, okay. An idiot check without saying it's an idiot check. Because I'm over here scratching my head like, wait a minute. Alright. So we didn't have any blocking errors, thank God. DFIR, this last time. So same thing that we did before. SSC edit, load all plugins. That's why I shut down. Yeah, everything's going to load. Load it up. We'll pull this in a little bit. We don't need all this extra open. Yeah. Also, the dark face gave me that question mark again, and I found out what the problem was. When you go to that extra ignoring